a honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret.
8 minutes past the hour. What's up? It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry. Some off-the-air conversations just wrapping up as the mics open up. All right, we got a busy show on tap today. 866 We Be Big, the number, as I said. Rick and Bubba in the house next hour. It's the kickoff hour right now, though, with the Good Time Gang. Willamette could spin. I got great news for all of you. The 12 working days of Christmas starts Thursday, and if you're listening live, it is Tuesday, the 30th, and we're excited. This is the week that the 12 working days of Christmas starts, and it will play out all the way to December the 17th, which is our big year ender and the last day in the studio. We're moving studio, staying in the same flagship market, Birmingham, just moving where we go to work every day. So the studio will be not here at the city center where we've been for umpteen years. So just in the middle of all that, you got you moving and stuff. And even though it can be done, it's just a handle. You got a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of stuff. And I find myself keeping things I didn't think I'd keep and throwing away things I'd ever thought I'd throw away. But anyway, we'll break all that down. We got a busy show, and we're excited for you to be there. Willamette could spin too. Let's not forget that. All right, so Eddie Van Adler right in there. To my right, it is Helmsy, and it is Greg. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Y'all good?
Good.
I've lost my voice.
I know.
I heard that.
I know. You carrying something
I didn't
around.
hear it 'cause you lost it.
You got out in the leaves though a lot.
I did.
You know? Didn't you?
And burning leaves and
that's what it is.
Fire and
that's what it is.
Guns
allergies and cold weather kills me.
Yeah.
Can't stand the cold weather.
Cut off my beard, made me eat it.
Yeah, stuff like that. Let me just say this too. You being outside and burning stuff, which I think
that got me,
is really, really going. I think that's what got you because Reese, anytime he gets around like smoke from a fire, whatever, this is what happens to him.
And it was all day, like 2 days of it.
Yeah.
Plus leaves. Put out some pine straw too. That'll do it.
How about leaves?
Real dry.
I thought about you the other day because up where my parents live, they got old growth all around them. They got so many trees. It's unbelievable. I mean, like the leaves, they laugh at you like, ha, 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 ha. You thought you were going to blow me. You know, that's what the leaves are saying.
Oh.
And there's just there. What is wrong with y'all?
Nothing. I'm just trying to talk. That's all I'm trying to do.
Somebody just turned the radio off.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, I mean, if leaves could talk.
I know.
Yeah.
Larry,
there you go. Larry's
Larry would say.
me and my friends.
Yeah. We're not going.
Maybe don't rake me.
Yeah. Right.
Well, that's almost scary too.
Yeah, you scared me to death.
How about
by
this
the way.
whole leave thing's just not good?
Right.
Let's just
No.
forget it.
We got more falling tomorrow.
You can't win.
Okay.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to clean.
But anyway, so I get the backpack blower on when I'm up there, and I try so hard. And then, next time I go, it's like nobody ever touched the yard.
That's what I feel like right there.
And I was thinking about you. You have so many trees around your house. How do you? But you know what I was thinking. But if you don't keep it beat down, what are you going to do? It's going to be up to your knees,
Right.
And then how are you going to move it?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, it's unbelievable. So some of you that live in those kind of areas, you know what I'm talking about.
It's tough.
You can't even see the grass in some yards. It's like the guy just comes out going, what do I do? I don't know what to do.
By the way, after the intro, you were talking about cleaning stuff out of your office.
Yeah.
Greg, I could have grabbed a cup of coffee, got a chair, and watched him and Rick Burgess yesterday for hours.
Yeah, boy, they were doing
what
it.
they were doing. It was just so the decision process that they were doing in order to, whether I throw it away, do I keep it, does somebody else wants this, was precious.
Yeah, and then this one here with hands in his pocket comes by, and just some of the one-liners. I really wish we could do a podcast of nothing but y'all sitting in your chair commenting on things.
Discussing what we have.
Yes.
Yeah.
And whether it stays or goes.
Yes. And you know what I was thinking? We could describe things that we're throwing away to see if the audience could pick it.
Yeah.
Threw a lot of stuff away.
By the way, and I'll just say this, brilliant on your part to throw things in our bags.
Oh, yeah. You like that?
I found a few things. Yeah, that's funny.
I found Speedy on the cover of a golf magazine.
Yeah. Well, I thought you might like that.
I did.
What'd you find?
some kind of CD about the blind and deaf duets or something.
No, it was the Blind Boys of Alabama, who's very talented. I think it was.
You came with blind and deaf duets. How'd you come up
What
with
is
that?
wrong with you, huh? Say,
Well, what was it
That
called?
sounded legit.
Blind Boys of Alabama.
Okay,
They're a
what-
group.
what
They're
did I
really
say?
Very talented.
You
thought-
got them doing duets with
Well, that's what
deaf
it
people
said.
and blind.
That's
people.
what it said on the thing. Duets.
I don't know.
With deaf and blind.
No,
I don't know. I didn't know if it was
the
blind or-
Blind Boys of Alabama.
Yeah, they're singing.
Okay, and I had a CD.
Adler claims he
and
ain't
one
sure
of
how blind they are, but
and-
remember he
he did question that. And there was one CD that was still sealed, and I'm like, well, Helmsy might like.
I remember seeing blind and duets on the cover.
You threw deaf.
Well, I will
Yeah.
say this:
Well-
I did pull two things aside from my office that I thought y'all might like,
Okay.
and so when we come back, I would like to present y'all with these gifts.
Okay.
And we've been doing this.
I really
a
haven't
little
got in my
bit.
office good yet. So.
Right.
And at some point this hour, I have what I'm calling a fun question.
Okay. All right.
Has
Now
to do
you
with sports.
Are you going to hold your nose the entire hour?
I guess. I could just go home. I don't even know why I'm here.
Yeah. Well,
And in another shocker, Brian Kelly from Notre Dame
Yeah.
accepts
What in
the
the world?
LSU game.
Yeah.
is this not
head
the most
coaching job.
bizarre thing you've
But
ever
this
seen?
that's a little bit to do with my
He
question.
pulled somebody else we know. They played a clip 7 days ago where he claimed it would take a fairy godmother and $250 million to make him leave Notre Dame. This was 7 days ago.
Right.
That's a pine box type comment.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of money he got. I'm sure it was a lot, but I don't know if there was a fairy godmother involved.
Right.
I don't know about that.
And Rich Rod
To
going
JSU.
to Jacksonville
Yeah.
State University. Be their
That's strange.
their
Isn't it?
football head coach. Yeah.
Is that official?
Yeah,
it's
think so.
ESPN's pushing it. So well, I mean, I
there
guess
you
so.
Well,
Hey,
I'll say
little
this.
G God, I don't
Yes,
know, but
hey,
I mean,
yes, that's official.
yeah. I mean, they're the way they write it up, it's official.
Y'all do realize he turned down Alabama, or Alabama wouldn't have had Nick Saban when they got him. Now, who knows what would happen later? Because
Everybody really needs to thank Rich Rogers.
yeah. I mean, he was their pick.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and then I'll present them with some gifts. I think you'll appreciate it, Helmsy. Greg probably
The last
won't.
thing you gave me is on my fireplace in the main room downstairs.
I took my cheese head home yesterday that you gave me.
Okay.
Yeah. JC, all about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And it is Christmas time, and the 12 working days of Christmas starts Thursday. We're counting down the days, and we've got quite a selection already making an appearance here in the studio, just sitting, waiting to be given away. And it's the greatest time of year where we get to play Santa. And Bubba the Elf has been out shopping and has gathered a number of great gifts for you, the audience here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Okay, as we kind of look through, and this is going to be a theme for the next couple of weeks as we try to move. And, you know, that's the thing we do. We live our life out on the air, okay? I mean, we go out, we live life, we come back, we report it. That's kind of our show prep. And then every now and then we'll look down at stories that surprise us, but nowadays nothing surprises us with what's out there. And so yesterday we lived life. We started cleaning out more offices, and we've been kind of poking at it. And I've been I was telling Greg yesterday, what frustrates me is that I've done a lot of work, but you can't tell it because it's things that's not noticeable, like cleaning out drawers that are a couple of feet deep and just stuff all in it to the top, but those are empty now. They're clean. You know, organizing what I need to throw away and what I need to keep. Yeah. Just doing that takes a long time.
You got a pretty big closet to deal with too.
Big closet, a lot of years, a lot of stuff. But from time to time, we'll come across something that I'm like, you know what? We don't need to throw that away. The guys might like this. You know?
Yeah, you're getting that.
And I thought about Helmsy, and I'm like, you know. Even though this is the greatest time of year, there's some things about this time of year in the past that would kind of make you feel weird, and you would kind of almost freak out and have an anxiety attack and run to your office.
This is going.
And I came across something that I thought you might have as a collector's item that you could go home, throw in a player, and let the kids enjoy it.
Greg,
and it's
you know what this is?
2010 Dean and Company Christmas special.
Oh, boy.
Now, in 2010, let's think back. It would get weird in the later years, but it was so pure back then.
Yeah.
And this is the full show of Dean and Company in 2010.
Since you missed it because you were hiding.
Because, you're hiding. You're not around. You know, and I just wanted you to have it.
Well,
so
thank you, sir.
There you go. No problem.
Very kind of you.
No problem. And I've kept it. And look, it's been sealed, and so enjoy. Just sit the family down and maybe video their reaction, what they look like as they're watching it, and just see what.
I don't even know if we have a way to play this.
You don't have a DVD player in the house? Really?
No.
Interesting.
I got one you can borrow.
Yeah.
Might could on a computer.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll see.
There's ways around it.
Sure.
If not anything, maybe it's a coaster.
Now you're talking.
You know, just set it out on the table and let it be a conversational piece.
Yeah.
How about that?
Now, for you, I know how you like history, and there's something that you've commented on in my office. Every time you walk by, you got a comment. Every single time. And we don't want to throw away history. We want to remember
Can you
history.
give us his comments?
No, probably not. Probably not. But they're funny. I can tell you that. And I just know how you like history, and although it was a failed attempt, it is history. Yeah. And I wanted to make sure that before I threw them all away that you got a Scott Dawson for governor sign.
Right.
He does comment every time.
Yeah,
Well, that's like a memento.
Yeah, and I thought, maybe that could
good
go
man.
up in the new office or something. I know I kept one for a souvenir.
We did.
These were the yard signs that Scott Dawson made when he was running for governor.
Yeah, and you didn't put them out because they was in your office. So
well, I
that
mean,
probably didn't help him.
Well,
Someone was supposed to come by and get them. I
well,
think.
they were, and let me tell you what we've been kind of tossing. It's not the originals. We have so many of one thing.
Yeah.
And so that's what you saw. You saw the pile of just so many that we couldn't get them all out. But that right there is yours.
Well, thank you very much.
Did you like it?
I do, yeah.
So now you can have one and look at it in your office.
Okay.
Huh?
I like
This
how
will
you
be
had
a-
it displayed.
I
This
like-
will be a lot easier to toss than that will.
Well, I wouldn't know why. I don't know why y'all would toss either
I'm
one.
not cherishing this. This is going in safe.
That's a collector's item.
Found a lot of
There's a
stuff.
lot of people right now like, hey, Helmsy, don't you throw away
I got a
that.
safe that this is going in.
There you go. See?
You know what? You may watch that and go, what was I thinking? I should have been supporting this the whole time.
Probably not, but okay.
All right, so let me ask y'all a question. I do something kind of silly, and tell me if, Speedy, that's ridiculous.
Like all the time or just
No,
something
I've
recently?
saved something. I have saved Okay, and I know that it's not going to be Walking Dead end of time. I get that, but you know how like you watch some of these shows where it's in the future and it's like nothing's open. Technology is gone and everybody's hiding, and it's like the equipment is like something that you got one of those. Oh my gosh, because it's like end of times kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have got a VCR player, I've got a DVD player, I've got a DAT player, I've got a mini DVD player, I've got a number that I just store and keep because I'm thinking one day will they be something we use again?
Yeah.
Really?
Will things come back around where all of a sudden we need it? Is that stupid? Is that dumb?
Not dumb, but
I mean, I don't know. I don't
few-
know that. I'm
I got
not
a
saying
few
it's
VHS
Armageddon and everybody's fighting and walking down the streets and taking stuff from people, but
and that's why you're keeping it
I'm keeping it just in case
for survival.
For yeah. I mean, what if
So you're not giving them out? That's what you're saying.
But I've got in one of the closets is about 6 pieces of equipment that works perfectly fine. That I've just stacked up in there. Like, okay, I'm gonna keep them. I probably should have given those away because the way you're looking at me, you look like I'm weird or something.
No, but if you gave them away, they're probably not going to use them. I think it's okay what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, you throw it away. Okay, I'm looking at Greg
I don't
because
know.
I mean, like I'm just saying, I could play a DVD
Now, I'm
player.
not.
at
See,
the
I'm not a
house.
keep guy though. I throw stuff away way too quick.
Well, yeah, but you also give away broke stuff. I mean, you gave away a broke DVD player
that's
to.
true.
Well,
That should've went
it
in
was
the trash.
first of all, it was a Blu-ray player.
Okay.
Okay.
It didn't
Hey,
work.
and
He
it
was trying to
worked.
get a tax
It
credit.
worked. I just couldn't.
No, it didn't.
Program it.
You said it didn't
And
work.
a golf bag for the homeless.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Y'all never let me live that down.
Yeah.
I don't even go to that same place anymore because of y'all.
Well, they probably go. Here's the broke DVD guy.
It's a really nice
gonna bring a
Blu-ray
bunch of
player
junk.
and a golf bag.
Because most of the time when you're giving stuff away and donating it, they ask you, "Does it work? Did you lie?"
I thought they had somebody to fix stuff like that and then resell it.
Do they?
That's what I thought.
I
And then
thought
the reason of the golf bag, I know people down on their lucks usually not playing golf,
Right.
but I thought they'd sell the golf bag and
Yeah,
then give the money
Or
to
you
them.
know, Speedy had a golf bag and ripped Hobie off that time he sold it to him. You remember that one?
No, actually, I do
jacked him
remember.
up.
I do
Actually, I
remember
gave
that.
him
Poor Hobie.
I gave him a tour bag for $100. That's pretty good.
Yeah, well,
That's actually really good.
somebody gave Speedy.
There's a Mizuno. No, actually, he did. They did
I
give
remember
to
that
me.
bag.
Yeah, it's very nice, Mizuno.
Yeah,
You see it on the
hey,
tour,
you
like
got
Caddy's carrying it.
Yeah. Look, he's defensive about that bag.
Well, I
it.
mean,
Listen, he got Hobie.
hey,
I
look,
got it.
look it up on eBay and see what it goes for.
Today it's
He got
33.
a steal. Hobie doesn't buy anything that if it ain't a deal.
Well.
Hobie researched and said that.
Yeah, he's a financier.
Hobie said that's a deal right there,
There it is.
and I'll take that. It's all right. Anyway,
You got
so
him.
y'all don't like your gifts. That's fine.
No, I do. I do.
That's nice.
I just
Thank
like
you,
that you're
buddy.
thinking about me.
Yeah.
Thank you, pal.
That's what I like.
I mean, put it out on the coffee table.
Yeah.
And when you have company over, sit your drink on it, and they go, "What's that?" And
Good
then-
conversation starter.
Yeah. And then, Greg, put that up in your office, or maybe even take it to your new house. I mean, not to do well, the one you're redoing.
Yeah,
Put it out front. Why you got that out there?
Make people stop.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How many of you shop around to find the best price when you need to fill a prescription? Probably not many. But if you shop around for the lowest gas prices or compare prices for flights and hotels, why aren't you doing that for your prescriptions? Well, you should. And you should do it with Good RX. Here's why. Prescription prices can vary between pharmacies by as much as $100. With Good RX, you can instantly compare prices at pharmacies in your neighborhood, including CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Vons, and Walmart. Good RX is free and easy online or on the Good RX app, which is the #1 most downloaded medical app. It only takes a few seconds to find Good RX discounts that could save you up to 80%. 80%. For simple, smart savings on your prescriptions, go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance. In 2020, GoodRx users saved an average of 79% off retail prices. All right, this Christmas season, if you or anyone in your family wants to give the gift of music, look no further than our buddy Travis Perry, the founder of ChordBuddy.com. Now, look, his ChordBuddy guitar learning system is famous. I'm talking about Shark Tank, famous too, for its revolutionary way it can help anyone easily learn how to play guitar. But Travis has also designed award-winning guitars for kids and adults. His Perry guitar was voted best bang for the buck in the beginner guitar market. He's got youth guitars and adult guitars to choose from, and he's also got an amazing deal right now on a ukulele package. Ukuleles make a great gift, and they are so easy to take anywhere because of their size. His combo package includes a ukulele, 2 ukulele songbooks, and tuner for $119. Folks, that's a great price for all that. And what an amazing gift his guitars would make this Christmas, as he's got them in stock right now. Chord Buddy has guitar combo packages and all sorts of great gift ideas, so check it out. Give the gift of music this Christmas season by going to chordbuddy.com.
$25 minutes until top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we talked about it just briefly in the first segment. Some sports news when it comes to college football. There's been two big surprises in the last couple of days. It's Lincoln Riley going to USC, leaving Oklahoma. Nobody saw that one. And I got to tell you, I didn't see this one coming either. I don't think he was on any short list, was he? Brian Kelly from Notre Dame, who's currently number 6 in the country, to LSU. And that's really got everybody, talking, going, what in the world? How do you feel about the move, guys? I mean, is this?
I don't blame
Do you feel like he's done? He says, "I've done all I can do at Notre Dame."
I think so. I think he has. I think they have a lot of academic things that they have to overcome that a lot don't. And I don't know, facilities. I'm sure they have nice, but as far as, how everybody's over the top, like LSU just built that. Anyway, if he has to his best chance to win a national championship, if that's what he wants to do, is to go to LSU, no doubt.
And he's been there since, 2010? So he's been there a minute.
Yeah. And he's done. I think he's the winningest coach in the history, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I know they're not in a conference; they're an independent. So do you think he strives to also want to be in a conference to actually try to win a conference and not always be talked about being in the top four? But
yeah, because I don't know. Years ago they may have changed this. Like Notre Dame, they wouldn't let them redshirt anybody. Mm-hmm. But they may have changed all that.
I don't know.
But a lot of times it was
If I would have come in, I'm trying to limit how much I talk because of my voice. I don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. I just it's got to take some time.
But you're not sick. Just let
I don't think so. I don't feel bad. So if I would have come to you, say Monday morning early or Sunday,
right,
and I would have made these 4 statements. Now we know which one is incorrect.
Greg is so nice.
But if I would have made these 4 statements on Sunday, and I would have said, pick out the one that's not going to be true next week. Okay. Now we're going to know the answer because we've seen it unfold.
Right.
But I'm going to read these out to you and just think back on Sunday and think, what would you have picked? Okay. Mm-hmm. Lincoln Riley leaves Oklahoma for USC. Rich Rod to JSU.
Wow.
Nick Saban announces he will retire at the end of the 2022 season. Brian Kelly leaves Notre Dame for LSU. Now, if I look back on that, the one that's not true would not be outlandish in picking because of these other things.
Right. Saban's not retiring.
Yeah. He's not.
You made that up.
Yeah.
That's the one, obviously, that I made up. But if we would have gone throughout the week and not known any of these, and you would have said, well, okay, which one of these is not going to happen?
Yeah.
Because he's up there, he's nearly 70, isn't he? If he's not already 70. Yeah. Him saying, hey, I'm going to step down, that's not completely off of anything. Compared to these other things, like Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma for USC.
Then the Brian Kelly thing I didn't see.
And I love that they've kept this from us. I love that this was a secret and nobody saw these coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's the way I wish we did the Heisman Trophy.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's like there's been standards and then there's been coaches that kind of just move around or whatever. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, there he goes again. But these are 2 that I wasn't expecting. It's like, whoa. They're very established in their programs, and you just think, well. But college football is changing for sure, and we'll see how he plays out. Do you feel like LSU, that's a big win for them? Do you feel like
that's a splash. Yeah. We were talking yesterday about a splash. Is this a splash? And this was off air, and it was a conversation about Auburn, but Auburn has never made a splash in a coaching hire, not one time. Yeah. Run the list, it's never happened. But these schools, USC, you made a splash with Lincoln Riley. Mm-hmm. LSU, you made a splash. I don't think Florida really made a splash. It was safe with Napier. But you're right. Hey, Ole Miss made a splash with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, normally you hear ahead of time these guys are going here or there, but like I said, these came from nowhere. And
I love that we didn't know.
Yeah.
I love that it was a complete secret.
All right, so let's go. Let's fast forward 2 years. Does Brian Kelly look around and go, "Wow, this SEC West is real,
pretty tough in here, isn't it?
This is different."
Yeah, I don't know.
Or is he like, "Wow, I got different athletes."
Well, he's going to get better players.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Yeah,
but he's also playing in a tougher league. So
yeah,
I don't know.
So there's a couple of there's a couple of spots that still are open. Oklahoma, Duke. There's some other
now Notre Dame,
which
Luke Fickell will probably be the guy there that everybody's looking at.
You're right.
Probably
Cincinnati's coach.
Yeah. You feel like that's what'll happen?
I just figure that he's always in that area. He's always rumored for that world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cincinnati thought we're going to keep him. He said he's staying when these other when LSU and Florida was being talked about. And
Harbaugh's not going anywhere. Ryan Day's not going anywhere. Luke Fickell would be the one up there.
But who are we not thinking about when it comes to Notre Dame? Because we weren't thinking about Brian Kelly when it came to or Lincoln Riley on USC. We weren't thinking of either. So which one is going to leave where they are? And
that's a great question.
Is what Bubba sent real?
About?
All right, so last night he sent some information.
This last thing that got Sam, what was that? There was like a picture of some screen.
I think that I thought that was a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
According to Robert Hefner,
that's Hughes' brother.
Yeah.
Lincoln
don't know about
Lincoln Riley's USC contract details not confirmed, but best I could do, he says on Twitter. $110 million. USC buying both of his homes in Norman for $500,000 over the asking. $1 million bonus. Buying a $6 million home in Los Angeles for him. Unlimited use of the private jet 24/7 for family. Those are some of the details of Lincoln Riley's
say
contract.
they got to make it really
Now, I don't
profitable because the taxes and doing it that way,
living.
buying houses and planes, and that's why
they got to get creative.
I'll tell
now
you
again,
what, Lincoln,
we can't confirm.
You better
or-
win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just what some of the stuff's being reported could totally be false, and so take that for what it's worth.
To your point, Speedy, it's a good question. Is who we've been caught off guard all week by these things.
Yeah, we keep thinking it's going to be somebody that
who when we're sitting around today at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Does Dan Mullen go to Oklahoma?
They won't.
I don't know that they'd want him, but yeah,
or is he going to the NFL?
I think he's going to be a coordinator somewhere, NFL or even in college. I don't think he gets another head coaching job.
No, I'm going to whisper.
Well, I had to because my voice. I see deadbeat. My voice started leaving me at the end of the conversation.
That's there for you, and so we'll see how that plays out. But big news: Brian Kelly to LSU.
Why do I always?
And then, but is it? I see. Did y'all mention Auburn firing the offensive coordinator? Or
Mike Bubba?
Yeah,
we didn't mention it, but yes, he was like, "Oh,
I don't know. I
think he was.
Is that true too?
Of course,
I just said it. I sometimes forget we're on.
No,
air.
I think that. Well, somebody sent it to us yesterday. Yeah,
we haven't seen what LSU's given Kelly, but you saw his statement that he, 7 days ago when he said that unless the fairy godmother comes by with a $250 million check, that he wouldn't leave Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
LSU's his fairy godmother.
Evidently. He said his wife had to take a look at it first. She must have approved it.
You're right on Bobo, by the way.
Yeah, after just one season, Mike Bobo out.
I'll tell you one, Mac Daddy's happy about that.
Yeah. One season.
One season.
He made it longer than the receivers coach who they got after about 2 weeks.
Look, I don't know if Harson's the answer, but you thought he was. So you hired him. You got to give him a year to do some things.
It's his first
season. Guys, I hate to break. I'm not saying he's Nick Saban. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. But Saban went 6-6 in his first year. Dabo went 6-6 in his second full year. Give these guys some time.
Yeah, anybody.
He may not be the answer,
He
but
may not,
you
but
can't.
it's too early.
You can't determine that after a year.
I mean, if that's the case, nobody's going to want to come.
Right.
Crappy, anyway,
right.
1 year.
Yeah.
I mean, and look, nobody expected them to be any good. It wasn't like, hey, man, you ought to have them this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Just calm down.
Of course, Bobo's saying, yeah, what about that? Why don't you give me more than a year?
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Sure.
All right, who's going to go to Notre Dame that we're not thinking of?
If it's not Luke Fickell, who's the surprise pick?
That's up and going to leave where they are now because Notre Dame's going to buy their contract out.
Jim Harbaugh.
Lane Kiffin's still out there.
Yeah. I don't see him at Notre Dame.
No, I don't either. Not at all.
No, not even.
No.
Miami,
Rick and
yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
We are rolling back. 866 We Be Big is our number. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show made possible by goodrx.com/Bubba. How many of you shop around to find the best price when you need to fill a prescription? I mean, be honest. Do you just go for convenience? And, oh, yeah, this pharmacy here is kind of close to my house. I'll just use them. But I'm not going to research to find out if they actually have the best price. You could be overpaying for your prescriptions. That's where goodrx.com/Bubba can help, because prescription prices can vary, right, between pharmacies by as much as $100. But goodrx.com/Bubba instantly compares prices for your prescription at pharmacies in your neighborhood and saves up to 80%. It's free and easy and only takes a few seconds to find discounts for prescriptions at pharmacies like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, and more. We checked the website, but you can also use the app if you want to go that route. They've got an app, which is the #1 most downloaded medical app out there, and one that millions of Americans can use. It's affordable health care every month. Join us for simple, smart savings on your prescriptions at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba, or look for their app, GoodRx, all together. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so today we have Mike Lutzenkirchen, I should say, and he has got the foundation that we've had. Well, I think he's been on almost pretty regularly every year. We might have skipped a year or two, but today is the National Day of Giving. It's Giving Tuesday. It follows Cyber Monday, and we'll talk to Mike about their foundation and what they have going on. If you haven't heard that discussion, that'll happen a little bit later in today. Mike Lutzenkirchen. Come on, Speedy. Lutzenkirchen. It's not hard.
Just call him Lutz.
Lutz 43 Foundation. All right. So as we roll on, a couple of stories out there. We've shared gifts today. I've given Helmsy the Dean and Company 2010 show for his enjoyment. I've given Greg a Scott Dawson for Governor yard sign.
Thank you.
Both came from my office. I look for gifts from y'all at some point. And these aren't gifts that I want to get rid of. I think that y'all might really like them.
We want to help.
We've broken down the carousel when it comes to college coaches. Brian Kelly, the latest, going from Notre Dame to LSU. Rich Rodriguez taking that JSU job. And it looks like the offensive coordinator has been fired at Auburn. So those are the three biggest college football stories.
A lot of movement.
Yeah. I gave absolutely nothing to Monday Night Football last
either.
night. But the Washington football team, they won again.
That matchup did not interest me at all.
We had one team that was, 3-7 at the time, and the other was 5-5, or 4-5, 4-6.
Nothing about that game that made me want to watch it.
But Washington did win.
I don't know if I've watched a pro game beginning to end all year. I don't think I have.
Well, I don't know that I've watched one beginning to end. That's a lot of football.
Or I haven't really watched. I don't think I've watched a full half. I've watched highlights.
Yeah.
I keep up through highlights. Playoffs come, I'll watch games. I like watching the game in playoff.
The only reason I've halfway paid attention is because both JC and Reese, with each one of their friends, they created this own little fantasy deal, which is really more just, I'm playing so-and-so, bragging rights. So they kind of keep up with it just to see how, not necessarily the teams are doing, but their individual players are doing.
Yeah, if you're into that, I get it. But
also, here,
well, I do. People that do the fantasy, they're all tore up about it.
Tiger Woods is in the news. In his first interview since his car accident in February, he has said that
I heard he's taking a Notre Dame job.
He said that he is done playing golf on a regular basis. He's done being a full-time golfer.
Well, he's had a pretty good run.
He has.
Mm-hmm.
So the crash is what ended it.
Yeah, I guess so.
So what does that mean? He's going to play in big events, and
I don't know.
That's
Let's hear from him.
I can still, maybe if my leg gets good enough, maybe kick off a tournament here or there. But as far as climbing the mountain, get all the way to the top, I don't think that's a realistic expectation of me. But I think something that is realistic is playing the tour one day, never full-time ever again. Pick and choose, just like what Mr. Hogan did.
Yeah,
you pick and choose a few events a year, and you play around that. You practice around it and try to gear yourself up for that, and you play it. I think that's kind of how I'm going to have to play it from now on. It's an unfortunate reality, but it's my reality, and I understand it and I accept it.
So that's Tiger Woods announcing he's
Makes
done
sense.
playing golf full time.
How about that?
He hit a tournament every now and then.
But this
Did we
great.
ever figure out why he crashed? Remember, it was kind of weird.
It looked like to me going too fast, but did he fall asleep? Did he lose control?
something.
I don't know. Lucky to be alive, though.
Yeah, he is.
I kind of see what he's saying. This miracle return where he climbs
plays a
back to
full
the top,
tour,
plays
no.
full time, and wins championships and all that. He's basically saying that's really not reality. Maybe get back, work to just play. Picked tournaments. And
that son of a gun's liable to win the Masters again, though.
Yeah, he could.
I mean,
you never know. Could I don't know.
story.
I saw him on the golf range the other day, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, he's on the golf range." But that was Tiger Woods announcing he's done playing full time. But that doesn't surprise anybody. I don't think.
No.
I know a lot of folks were very hopeful, but doesn't surprise anybody.
Not surprising.
No. Also, a couple of other bits and pieces. Are y'all giving on Apple Plus? Are y'all giving like Tom Hanks's new
I watched
movie?
it. We talked about it. Finch.
I don't know if I was here.
I think you were out that day. Oh, I loved it.
It is good.
Well, it's slow.
Got a robot in it.
Think. Do you remember?
And a dog.
It starts off.
You don't have to go. I mean,
it's slow. It's slow.
Okay.
But it's got a really good heartfelt story
heartfelt.
towards the end.
He loves it.
Sad
he
ending.
does.
Sad, but also. I don't know. It's a heartwarming
All right.
deal.
Let me ask you
It's
another one
worth the
then.
watch, I think.
What about the Will Ferrell movie on Apple Plus?
Have
Where
not.
He's
Him and
Now, is that a show?
Paul
or?
Rudd. Him and Paul Rudd.
That's a show.
Oh, it's a show.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Episodes every Friday, I think.
I watched one episode and it was kind of weird, and I hadn't gone back.
Okay. I've seen trailers for both. Last night,
Paul Rudd's like a
psychiatrist.
there. Just a therapist,
life coach or something.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
he's helping out Will Ferrell, who seems to have he's taking over his dad's fabric shop that he's not running it very well. And
Okay.
I think it was kind of funny, but I just maybe I just wasn't in the right mood for it.
Okay.
Probably won't go back.
Yeah. Well, Terry and I, after dinner last night, we sat down and we attempted to start the Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah.
And we got about 3 minutes in, and
Wow, that's all you give it?
well, then we started having sons just crashing into the house, coming in.
We had some
what's up?"
distraction.
And
Yeah.
so we kind of paused it. And then you know how sometimes if you'll pause, your whatever device, your TV will eventually just go back to sleep and it's over. It turns itself off, and it did, and we never went back. But it was him walking in, and then all of a sudden something startles him. I'm like, okay, this looks halfway decent. I'm not sure about it.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I was getting into at all.
What was the movie where he was stranded and had the volleyball Wilson?
Oh yeah,
What was it?
he
Castaway?
FedEx, yeah, Castaway. Is it like that in space or something?
It's that. No, they're on Earth.
Oh, they are.
It's
Okay.
just the ozone has been affected. Can't breathe the air certain times,
sure.
and
Okay.
he builds a robot, very short circuit like. Remember that?
Okay, yeah.
Johnny Five.
Classic.
Yeah.
And then there's a dog involved.
Got a dog in there.
But it's a good story, and it's it's a little slow. Picks up. I feel like it picks up as the movie goes.
Okay. All right. Well, I knew,
But
that
I
you guys
enjoyed
would
it.
Probably.
I
know.
watched it, and I was like, okay, it was a good movie.
I'm still frustrated about Yellowstone because if you miss it live, this is weird. So Paramount Plus doesn't have it. It's on Peacock, but yet it's on the Paramount channel. Is that right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, it's on Paramount on TV.
Yeah, but Paramount Plus doesn't have it, which is strange. But if you wanted to see season 4, you have to see it on the Peacock app. Is that right?
I don't.
Just
Peacock.
stream? I don't know. That's kind of what.
There's two Paramount thing. You told me one of them was old. Now I can tell
you got Paramount, which was the old like the old CBS All Access deal.
I think that's where you find it.
And then Paramount Plus, which is because CBS Viacom or whatever owns that, so they own MTV and all this kind of stuff. So the Smithsonian Channel, but apparently you don't get Paramount.
Why is
Paramount
Peacock
Plus.
involved with this? I thought they were NBC.
I know. It's so confusing.
You got me.
Oh my goodness.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we start this hour with the national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler have already been hanging out on that kickoff hour. Bubba and I will join the team now, and we all go forward. 12 working days of Christmas. Gift number 1 is coming up this Thursday, and gift number 1, well, it might as well go to you. I hope you'll be listening. We'll unpack the stories of the day. Wheel of Meat is in play too. Wheel of Meat took a short week off last week, but it's back now. So could spend at any time on the program. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, back this weekend. Episode 104 coming up this weekend. We'll talk about a very timely topic, so catch that again. So let's get started with this hour as Bubba and I join the guys that go forward. Speaking, of course, of the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those taking new coaching jobs, welcome.
There it is, Act of Congress. God rest ye, merry gentlemen. Merry Christmas, Bubba.
You know, I hate we're not having them in this year. They always did a great job.
They're, you saw what Adler told us yesterday, Michael Adler, or Thor. He said, look, even I had to go and record them.
Yeah.
You know, they're tough. They're a tough get right now.
Yeah, it's tough out there, and it's hard. I guess you saw all the figures that were out yesterday. The number of people struggling with depression and everything, and I don't know why it would be that way when every time you turn on the news, you think you're about to die.
Yeah, it's. I'm not participating anymore. I certainly understand the deal, and there's so many. It's so difficult to nail down. Like I say, once it becomes preferred science. I think the same thing about the state of the the earth and all this climate stuff. At one time I was listening, and then you started realizing, okay, this is left the realm of us as human beings trying to figure out, kind of what's going on with our environment. Now it's just turned into a bunch of tribes, and unfortunately, because when it comes to our health, you'd like to be able to sit down and say, I'd like to hear some people be unbiased and just tell me what's going on. And that's kind of left the building. And there just comes a point where my quality of life and my mental state is more important. And I just say, you know what, I'm done with it. I'm moving on, and I've got things in my life that are much more pressing than that.
Yeah,
and they're very real, and they need to be dealt with. And the things that I know are 100% true are plenty for me to deal with.
Our routine for many, many years that Betty and I have been married revolved around 5 o'clock news, 5:30 news, dinner time, all that. And for a while, it was almost a comedy act. We'd go, well, let's see what kind of breaking news we've got today, what kind of despair and tragedy. And, we've just kind of made a swing off of some of that lately. Just, the Hallmark movies, you got to go where I know that the main couple is not going to communicate well, even though they like each other. And I know they're finally going to kiss with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the show, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And they're going to get together at the big town, whatever it is. Christmas tree lighting, party, the plot is about paper thin. Got that. But you know what? It's just fun to watch as opposed to some of this sideshow stuff. If it ain't the Cuomo brothers lying to everybody, it's Fauci and, the guy's got so much personal interest in all this, you can't trust a word he's saying. Obviously, he's been wrong before. He hasn't been forthcoming. So, I don't know. And then you've got this joke that we've got in the government now. It's like watching a clown show.
Yeah, Sherry and I, it's funny you said that. We haven't done the Hallmark thing, but it's our own version of it. Sherry and I were laughing. I don't think Sherry and I have watched anything on the television in the last month that was made after 1945.
Yeah. Well, there's another channel.
That's good.
There's another channel, and I can't think of the name of it right now, but it was somebody in that Hallmark group that broke off to get away from some of the political correctness they were doing. It's Great American GA. You guys will know who I'm talking. I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, we were watching it, and it's not the deepest twist of plots, but you know what? It's kind of fun TV to watch, and this other thing. I'm just kind of I feel like I'm on the like a one of those weird houses where the mirrors are all distorted, fun house kind of thing. Yeah. I'm just tired of being a rat in the fun house maze.
You know what else I feel like? I feel like that I'm visiting because I'm forced to, but I don't have to, and I'm speaking about our society and our government right now and our media. It's like I've been forced to go to some dysfunctional family's Thanksgiving gathering, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, I can only hear y'all screaming at each other for so long. All I'm thinking in myself is I'd like to get back in my truck and drive away from here.
I know.
So anyway, so I think, and look, let me say this because I don't want you to go, well, I do think that this show, and it's one of the reasons that I like doing what we do, and we've talked about this, is the variety of it. I do believe this show that there have been times in our history that it was absolutely appropriate to be serious on the show and talk about things that are of great importance, and we still do that from time to time. But I do feel like now more than ever, for what you said, Bubba, just for the I think people desperately need, I'm not necessarily saying happiness because that's a weak emotion that can be ruined by traffic or my order's wrong. I'm talking about, but I do think the people need joy.
Yeah.
And when you think about what's happening during this season, and as Jesus told us over and over and over again, because of what God did that we couldn't do, no matter what the situation, we should be joyful. I didn't say happy, but joyful. And so why don't we? There is much to celebrate because at the end of it all, what God has done won't change no matter what's going on politically, what's going on with viruses, what's going on with economies, what's going on with wars. That's not going to change. That truth stands, and that has been done. Not it's getting It's going to be. We're doing. It's done. It's finished. And so we need to remember that. And as long as we have that, everything that you think is so daunting really has already been overcome. And So
that's the good news of the deal.
Yeah,
that's right.
To live is to find joy in what we're called to do, and when it all ends or he returns, it means to be in his presence and all the things you don't like about this place being gone anyway.
Quit trying to steal my joy.
Mine is it's impossible to grab it. I've got a security system on it, and you can't get it.
Yeah.
16 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Looking forward to chatting with you today. All right, so as we work our way back, can I ask an uncomfortable question?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm ready.
You know, we're in a little bit of a chaotic state here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
Seems like we're matching the world.
Yeah, we're moving, and boy, this moving process. I'm just looking in this room, the number of things, and various. We're breaking our offices down. You heard that in the kickoff hour. I did that yesterday. Yesterday was the first day that I actually started packing my office to leave, since we're 16 days from needing to be packed. But anyway, so do we have 12 gifts?
We're pretty close.
Because I know we're starting the 12 working days of Christmas on Thursday.
We're pretty close to 12 working days of Christmas.
Do we have 12?
Oh, we're probably stomping all over it.
So, we're at 10 maybe?
No, I think, what do we got in here? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 1 for 10, and then I've got some gift cards that could be the other difference.
And I'm getting closure on this. This could be.
And I've got a few
more,
things in my office too.
Right.
Yeah,
that we can give away.
That's what I'm saying. We pretty much have 12.
Yeah, because I knew because of the economy was so disastrous and it was a rough year on everybody. We didn't know if we could do 12.
Right.
I've got a Dale Earnhardt Jr. hat signed that I could throw in
there
for
you
somebody.
Go. Yeah. I found
Greg doesn't want it for some reason.
Yeah, I found myself.
I ain't into sign stuff.
How about this? I found myself pictured with people yesterday in drawers of pictures. I don't know who they are, but I seem excited about getting my picture made with them at the time. But I don't know who they are. Yeah. And I tried to read their autograph on it, and I can't make it out. All right, so
I've got a bunch of signed tennis balls. I can't tell who it is.
So Brian Kelly, I know we talked about this a little bit in the kickoff hour. Let's listen to Brian Kelly when somebody asked him if he would take the USC job. Now, that's what that they're asking about here. We think, and we're all pretty much confirmed, that he has taken the LSU job. But this is him when he was asked if he would leave Notre Dame for USC, and here it is.
But he keeps bringing up every week that USC should look into Brian Kelly coming out there. What's your perspective on that?
It's interesting. Where your name is brought up is where they probably want you to look, so you're not looking where you should be looking.
So true.
It's just smokescreen. It's just,
Oh, wow.
this time of the year where, throw names out there so people don't look where they're supposed to look.
Other than retiring from your current profession, could you see yourself leaving Notre Dame of your own volition?
Listen.
No. I mean, look, I think Mike Tomlin had the best line, right? Unless that fairy godmother comes by with that, $250 million check, my wife would want to take a look at it first. I'd have to run it by her.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So remember
7 days to that.
And then his agent called and said, "Hey, Coach, LSU wants you." And
guys, I'm no FBI, profiler on people who's lying, but that no was not a very strong no.
No. Well,
I thought the Lincoln Riley denial that he was going to LSU was a good one because he was very clear. I am not going to be the coach at LSU.
Well, here's what was right. Here's what makes that audio clip and video so intriguing. The question that he just answered about the fairy godmother was not directed at USC. Mm-mm. Do you see yourself ever leaving Notre Dame of your own choice?
Right.
And that does deal with the LSU deal because it's leaving Notre Dame, period. Mm-hmm. And here's one thing.
Yeah, this coaching move we're calling from saint to sinners.
Yeah, well, right. Boy.
Yeah, that's funny.
Going back to this again, and we've said this for years. Okay, coaches don't tell the truth.
Well, they can't to some degree.
When I don't know but they're kind of in a tight because if they say what they should say, which is truthful, I'm not going to talk about any of that because we got games to win and I got games to coach. I have no comment on any of that. He's leaving. No. But then if you come back and say you're not leaving and then you do, everybody does too. What we just did.
Yeah.
So, but I guess this is what we need to know, regardless of why they're in this situation or how you feel about it. If your coach tells you he's not leaving, it means nothing.
The way you know he's not leaving is when he's still there.
You're right. It means, and we could give you how many we could list.
Oh, Rick, it's a long list.
Not going anywhere. Pine Box, Fairy Godmother.
Yeah.
all this kind of stuff. So Brian Kelly.
So does that mean LSU is paying him $250 million? Is that what I'm taking from that?
Well, his wife had to take a
That's
look
the number
at
he put on.
And look, they got
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. And they also, they dabble in all that black magic down there. Maybe they did send some kind of witch to him.
Well,
it's funny to me though because Brian Kelly is such a laid back person. You saw him there at his press conference versus Coach O, who speaks the local dialect there in Louisiana. It's just of all people at LSU, I never pictured Brian Kelly. The coaching changes this year have been remarkable in where they're going because it just seems so strange. And who started all this was Texas and Oklahoma moving to the SEC.
Yep.
It's been crazy ever since. Yeah. First off, you have teams and conferences changing. Now you got coaches all over the place changing. This is great.
Well, I do believe that and I heard Greg, you say this, and I agree with you, baby brother. I agree. I think if I'm Brian Kelly, now you shouldn't have said what you said there,
right?
Because we're all going to play it like we're doing.
Yeah.
But I do believe he has.
Do you think the opponents will play it?
Yes, sure. In modern day football, in the modern era of Notre Dame, I think he's done all he can do there.
Yeah.
He's got them into the playoff, but they just never have enough horses. When they get to the playoff, they get embarrassed.
Right.
And so if you can get the horses at LSU.
How long has he been there? 12 years?
I don't know.
Since 2010.
The history of school, isn't he?
Yeah.
More than Era Persega?
I think so.
It's so funny, those names when we were
they
kids.
and they won national championships. So
when
different world.
Different world. But when we come
now, did they relax? We were talking about it earlier. You remember they used to wear redshirt. A lot of the academic things made it tough there too. And I don't know. I know they were saying, rumor he wanted a football facility like everybody else has got, and they hadn't. They said they were going to build it, and they haven't. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I tell you why he's leaving. Is they've offered him, we don't know it yet, an incredible amount of money.
And I got news for him. Hey, he can get any athlete he wants in at LSU. I can promise.
Let me tell you, we're going to come back and do this Lincoln Riley deal.
Yeah.
If this is straight up, wow, I would go coach USC tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you heard an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah, and
that would be one of them.
And just
it made Jimbo Fisher's deal look like a warm up, and that was the walking ball for a while.
Yeah, especially when you got 4 losses. Yeah.
He played very well for a team that's got 4 losses.
Yeah. If somebody says, "Hey man, Los Angeles, modern day," I go live in third world Los Angeles for this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the house they're gonna put me in, I'll never know that world. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. All of your health has a foundation, and that foundation is sleeping. Do you get the amount of sleep and a good sleep so your body can repair itself and get ready for the next day? Some of the reasons that you don't get a good night's sleep, they're various, but one of them is really important. What kind of mattress are you sleeping on? What kind of mattress? Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba right now. It is the most awarded mattress brand in 2021. It comes from a company that we've already been dealing with. We talk about All Form Furniture, same bunch. This comes from our friends in North Carolina. They do such good quality work there. And then what they want you to do is tell them how you prefer to sleep. Do you sleep on your side, on your back, on your stomach? Do you like, you like a soft mattress? You like a firm mattress, medium, somewhere, something, And then you tell them that. They design the mattress for you. They ship it to your door. You get to sleep on it for 100 nights before you decide to keep it. And because you're watching this show, listening to this show, helixsleep.com/Bubba saves you $200. helixsleep.com/Bubba. 10-year warranty comes with it. And, Greg, I know you and Lisa are loving yours.
Yes, it's so comfortable. Like I say, custom made. 100 nights. If you don't like it, send it back. But I promise you, you're not going to send it back.
helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so the coaching changes are rolling. We just watched TCU land their new coach on the field in a helicopter.
Sonny Dykes, they land on the field in a helicopter. I mean, it's a presentation now.
Which means now SMU is open as well.
No,
Red
it's Phil.
Lashley.
Red Lashley.
Red Lashley got it.
Yeah, he's already hired.
Didn't take long.
How about that?
Former OC at Auburn and Miami, and he was at SMU
Good
for a
him.
while.
UConn, didn't he go to UConn?
Yeah, he was UConn as head coach, I think, for about a month or something. It was weird. But anyway, he's there now. So, and well-respected guy.
All right, so Lincoln Riley, as we already told you, is heading to USC. But then the details of the contract are coming out. Now, look, we don't know.
Now, Rick, this is from a guy who has put this on the internet, and it initially came from Robert Hefner V, and I don't know who that is.
That's who Hefner.
Anybody know? Well, I don't know.
No.
But he is reporting Lincoln Riley, Rick, $110 million.
How many years?
110.
10 years?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
$110 million. USC's buying both his homes in Norman, so he has two there, for $500 million over the asking price, making that a $1 million bonus.
Right.
If that's true. Buying him they're paying for a $6 million home in L.A. for him, and he and his family have unlimited private jet access 24/7 to the.
Wow.
Now,
so that would be, I guess, far as flat out salary, that would be the top dog, right?
Now, just think, you go into coaching and you think, man, I'm coaching ball. You never imagine in your wildest dreams.
No.
That is amazing.
For a coach, the win doesn't really come on the field. The wins come when you sign the deal, and then you hope to win, but you sign the deal, so you're done anyway. And as we've said, probably the first time we really noticed it was when Ray Goff had been fired at Georgia, but he didn't seem to be too tore up about it as he gave interviews on the porch of his farm with a beautiful lake behind him.
Well, and he's talking about how put out he is with not being on the road all the time now.
Yeah.
But I'm looking back and I go back to Alabama's hire of Nick Saban. And what's happening here, and of course we're going to tie that into this other story involving Jacksonville State today. But what happened was somebody finally said, "Look, let's just pay what we got to pay, and go get the guy that we think can do it." And so that kind of set the precedent that every now and then, if you get tired of losing, you just say, "We're going to write whatever check we got to write to get fill in the blank." Now, are these people worth it? Nick Saban has been worth it 100%.
Yeah, according to the president of the university, says the best investment they ever made.
Yeah, they've made money on that. I think one of the things too, not only the money, but it's control in what you're doing, and Saban was famous for declaring he had to have absolute control, which was not easy for some people at Alabama to give up who had been there for a long time and like to, dictate things. And there's other schools.
That's why it took them so long to get it right.
Right, that have not successfully ever crossed that bridge.
Well, they haven't. You make a point that I wanted to make before we move on. the university to get the coach that they think will get it done, and then you have to see if that really is true. It's more than just you got to pay them a lot of money. And you need to listen to the point that Greg and Bubba and the guys have been making. Nick Saban also said, I must have control of the program. And the way things have been done here in the past are not going to be done that way anymore. You also have to be willing to do that. Because a lot of times the coach is not just the problem. The players are not just a problem. The university itself is the problem. And you may have to correct some things on the way things are done from that standpoint as well if you want to get long-term runs for championships going. Now, are these coaches that we're talking about today worth what they're getting paid? We have no idea. Nick Saban was. Will these guys be worth it? We'll see.
Jury is still out, so to speak.
So it'll be a difficult deal. So,
well, USC has historically been one of the top programs in the country. They've won a lot of national championships, and they've been down a long time. And it looks like they just got tired of being a doormat.
We'll see. Sometimes
and you better pan out.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
A lot of pressure comes with that big salary.
Well, we were talking about it. I know y'all referred to it this morning. The splash hires. Lincoln Riley to USC for those kind of numbers is a splash. And can he keep the kids in L.A. from leaving from Southern California? Like, say, Alabama's quarterback now was committed to USC, left and committed to Alabama. Worked out good for him and the school so far. But can you keep those kids, that top athlete, in Southern California and put them in a Trojan uniform?
And if you think about it, the Reggie Bush stuff and all that, ever since they get hit with them sanctions, it killed them.
Yeah.
They're still not over it.
Right. Them coming over sanctions.
Because they were owning it up to that point.
But you know what? They have not been able to overcome their problems, but Penn State did.
Yeah.
And Penn State had big problems.
They did.
Quickly, too. Real quick.
Big problems.
Yeah.
And now they're not winning championships, but we thought they were going to go away for years.
Yeah.
They're in the hunt, and we didn't think they'd be anywhere near the hunt for maybe a decade.
Yeah.
Penn State's problem was dark, and it was evil, but it was maybe what am I trying to say? Restricted to a small person. In other words, it was a cancer, but it was one area. They were able to clean it out and go. USC's problem may be wider historically.
Yeah, a lot of people involved.
Will this help to fix their ills?
Yeah. Well, the problem is, and you have touched on it. USC, that logo and that uniform does not hold the prestige it once did.
No. Pete Carroll, when he was there, remember they? My goodness,
they
were, and of course, obviously before that, when we were growing up, they were power.
Pat Hayden and Anthony Davis and Charles White and all those.
But even in modern time, though, the Pete Carroll era was dominant.
But just as we saw at Alabama, when that mystique leaves, you can bring a coach that'll bring it back.
Yeah.
Because Alabama was in the same place. Their mystique had really faded. And then when Saban got there, he said, this place used to be feared, and it's going to be feared again. So that's what you hope will happen. Now, if you go back in history, some of y'all, by the way, are too young to remember this, and we're to this point. You're too young to remember it.
We're the historians,
right? And the person that Alabama wanted before they went to Nick Saban was Rich Rodriguez, who was the coach at Michigan at the time.
No,
right?
West Virginia.
West Virginia, and they wanted him at Alabama and thought they had him. And then there's all kinds of rumors about what happened that.
He was their pick.
And some say his wife got here and heard talk sports radio and the way fans act about Auburn, Alabama, and she says, we got to get out of here, or whatever. And I know some people do get here and go, this is so toxic, I don't want to be here. And if you look at Harson's face, he may have that attitude. But anyway, he's got that look. He's got that look at his face like, I don't know if this is worth it.
Anybody want to go back to Washington?
From quality of life standpoint. But anyway, I don't know what the real rumor, what the truth of that was, but he didn't take the job.
He didn't, right.
And they were ready to announce him as the coach.
I
mean, it was the rumors.
Saban was still saying he was still in the NFL.
Yeah, the rumors at that point were it was a done deal, and it changed at the last minute. Right. There was a bailout of it.
And when he bailed, Alabama was like, by golly, we're going to get Saban. And they did. So Alabama fans can thank Rich Rod or his wife for leaving. Well, yesterday we get this announcement that Jacksonville State University has hired Rich Rod.
It will be announced today at a press conference.
Right.
Yeah.
As they go into Conference USA. And when does that start?
23.
I would say.
Are they on probation for a year first?
No, I don't think so. A pretty big splash higher for Jack State.
Yeah, and
because you're making national news with that, and that's what
everybody
you have to do
knows
to turn recruits' heads to say, okay,
then
I'll take their call now.
And that's somebody I had forgotten about.
I had to.
I mean, Louisiana.
Well, you know
Monroe,
why? Because
OC.
he was there as a coordinator.
With little Terry.
That's why you forgot about him.
He's down there with little Terry.
The job he did at West Virginia was, he had them finishing in the top. I don't know, it was top 5 or top 10. 3 years in a row before he took the Michigan job.
Guys, he did so well at West Virginia that Alabama said, we want him to be our next guy, and then Michigan said, we want him to be our next guy.
And did he just briefly have some success at Arizona? Briefly. Not a lot.
Well, he was there for
5
how many years?
Yeah, but I think he had a decent season or two.
Yeah.
And the reason why when you brought up Harsin, I said Washington is because that's been the big rumor too. Is that he's
didn't
leaving.
they fill their job too?
Yeah, I think so. So I mean that was a rumor for weeks.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
But you remember Rich Rod was kind of an offensive innovator at the time too at West Virginia.
Yeah.
They went to that 3-step throw the ball offense where you couldn't get a pass rush on anybody, and it's very similar to what Clemson does now.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So there's kind of some of your coaching things that are going on. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Release the people. 866 We Be Big. Whatever you want to talk about, you can talk about today at 866 We Be Big. Let's go. Everything you want to discuss, bring it in here. You can talk about what you've heard us chat about today. You can bring up your own topic. You can ask your own question. Whatever you would like to talk about, you certainly can by dialing us right now at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines have been made available to you, so it'll be easy to get through. And the fact that we're going troll form, you shouldn't have to stand in line very long. Gave you a warning, want to alert you. Gave you a warning, wanted to alert you. Two things. Spatulas are sold out at rickandbubba.com under the store, and they will not be replaced until January.
Oh,
Dang
wow.
it. So you can't get any more. So we told you there were going to be items because of all the shipping problems that would run out this year at the Rick and Bubba store. So if you ordered a spatula, it's gone on back order, and you're not going to get it before Christmas. If you ordered, after they've already been sold out, but you would have got an email saying they were sold out. So that item is gone, and there's other items that if we run out this time, we just do not have the time to replace them. So sorry about that. It's also Giving Tuesday, so we'll give you some opportunities today on the program for those that may be thinking about here at the end of the year some things you would like to support. We'll talk about one coming up a little bit later on, the Lutzie 43 Foundation that we've partnered with for the last several years. Also, of course, you have the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. That's available at burgessministries.com. You'll see a give button there if you so desire. Certainly that's available to you as well. And there's so many out there. So remember Giving Tuesday today. A lot of these charities and ministries, this is a big day for them. So you pray about where you need to be partnering and go, and don't forget to do that today or this week. So let's go to Mike in Huntsville. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, what do you think the chances are that Auburn may end up with Dan Mullen as offensive coordinator?
Gosh, I don't know. That's a good question. I can't give any odds on that. I do not know, but they have made that slot available. Bobo out. Well, he's been quite the nomad, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In the SEC.
He's seen a few places.
Yeah, but anyway, so that is available. Would Mullen do it though? I don't know. I don't know how much money he walked away with at Florida. OC job pays pretty good, and does he want to do that though? I don't know. That's a good question. Let's go to Casey in Trussville, 104.7 WZZK. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, why are we changing studios? And are you also changing your home station in Birmingham?
No, everything as far as being on the radio in Birmingham will stay the same. No change there. All we're doing is moving across town to another location because the lease and everything here, when we were negotiating the next round of our partnership, there was a desire for the company that we partner with to move us to a studio that they would provide, so that's what we're doing. But nothing's changing as far as where you'll find us in Birmingham.
Or the company or the flagship.
No, we're still with the same company. We re-up with them for 3 more years. Part of that was, this studio is old. It's the equipment is outdated. It all needs to be replaced. And so since it was time for all that, it was the desire of our broadcast partner that we go to a location that they were designing that would work better for them. And we kind of compromised on that in the negotiations, and it's going to be great. We're looking forward to it. It's a hassle to move.
Yeah,
but for those of you that listen to the show in Birmingham, you'll never know the difference until we're waiting on some of the equipment to solidify and we go off there a few times.
But other than that,
but that'll affect the whole network. So everybody will get to join in on that. Yeah. Let's go to
and look, we've been in this studio 14 years. That's a long time in a studio.
Yeah.
And this is, just really needed to happen. So we're excited about it. It's like you said, the movie.
Yeah.
Because I've had a couple of moves lately. I'm just so moved out.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. We
no
just
pun intended.
Yeah. I know you went through it with your mom and whatever. We just moved our parents from a house they've been in for 36 years.
Yeah.
And now we're going to move this.
Farm issues.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's go to Chris in Montgomery. Chris, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to get your opinion about the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. I understand that the lead prosecutor is James Comey's daughter. and also that they've not called witnesses that name names of the elite. And they also are not allowing any media in the trial. I just wanted to see what your opinion was on those matters.
Which trial is it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
The Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It started on Monday. Jeffrey Epstein's.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't even.
Well, that whole thing has been real weird from the beginning. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Yeah. It's what it goes. You have to listen to what Bubba and I said at the top of the hour. He's watching Hallmark movies, and I'm watching no movie that was made after 1945.
I do know this. She is being prosecuted for all this that was going on with Epstein. The defense is saying, look, you're just trying to make her a scapegoat because you don't have Epstein to prosecute. Right. And her involvement in this was limited. There's other people saying, oh, no, she was the fisherman for him, so we'll see.
Whoever that is, they're not wearing their mask right.
Right.
Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, go ahead, 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
We're great. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Here's what I figured y'all need to do. On the wheel, y'all have Chord Buddy. Y'all need to have on there Drum Lessons by Greg Burgess, Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Speaking of that, I need something from you today.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ask me in the break. But we couldn't get Greg to do it. He won't go over nobody's house.
No.
Joe in Alabama. Joe, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, hypothetical situation: if Coach Saban ever does retire and they hire Coach Kiffin, and he's successful against Auburn, LSU, and all the rivals, can you imagine the Twitter gold that's going to come out of that?
The Twitter gold.
Yeah, his tweets that he puts out.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It'd be like, it's like, let's be honest. We thought we wouldn't miss Trump, but we kind of do. We kind of miss what he put on Twitter lately. But I'm sure he's still out there. I just hadn't seen any of it.
I thought Dabo Swinney had already been crowned the next Nick Saban.
I don't know.
He's going to Oklahoma, I hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be one step, wouldn't it? One step away, get back since Oklahoma's coming in the conference. All right, we'll come back top of the hour. Much more to cover as the program continues. Also, don't forget, as I told you, if you're shopping the Rick and Bubba store with the shipping stuff, get it done. And spatulas are now sold out, but there's plenty of great gift ideas, including our new CD. It's there. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for watching the Rick and Bubba show. You heard Bubba and I talking about on the program today that, you just keep looking at the headlines and you keep looking at the state of the economy, and it can cause you to get down, get a little anxious. Inflation is running hot. If all these spending deals go through, it's probably going to get only worse. Another massive spending plan. So if you are in the real world and like we do that money does not grow on trees, and you're bothered by the impact on this additional spending and what's going to happen with the already very high inflation, well, then you need to protect your savings now. You need to diversify your savings into physical gold and silver, and we would suggest that you work with the folks at Birch Gold Group. Now, Birch Gold Group is the company for precious metals that we would recommend. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They have countless 5-star reviews and also thousands of satisfied customers that you can talk to, and you can get their own experience. They can help you protect your hard-earned savings, and I know you're concerned about those right now. Did you know this? There's a little-known section of the IRS code that you could legally move your IRA or a 401k into precious metals. You could do that. There'll be no tax implications or penalties. Now, if you want to get started on protecting your savings with gold in a tax-sheltered account, well, then why don't you take this free kit that we have? And here's all you have to do. It comes to you from Birch Gold. You text the word Rick Bubba. Put that together, all one word, Rick Bubba. And here's where you're going to text it, 989-898. 989-898, and you'll get this comprehensive 20-page kit, and it'll show you how gold and silver can protect your savings. There's zero cost, zero obligation. You just request the info, and then it comes to you, and you make your own decision, okay? So text Rick Bubba, put it all together,
to 989-898 and get help from Birch Gold. 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport and the old gray, what is it, the old gray horse, old gray mare? Is that what you say? Ain't what she used to be? Old gray mare ain't what she used to be. She's limping on in. You've served us well. You've served us well, Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Very few days left. Very few days. As a matter of fact, as of Thursday, the final 12 days in this studio, 12 working days of Christmas starts on Thursday with the first gift of Christmas, and it might as well go to you. Looking around, kicking the old tires, walking through the halls. So many memories here.
Yeah.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here, and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, thank you. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
Bubba, you know, we talked about the going through the wonderful time of year, Thanksgiving, which as I called up called the warm-up act. It's a great warm-up act. Mm-hmm. I love that band. Yeah. But now it's time for the headliner, and the timing could not have been better. Because, you know, Thanksgiving ended. Yesterday was the Monday after Thanksgiving. And I watched, you could almost sense up and down my street people beginning to look toward my house. Rick, when will y'all do it?
Where are we at? Where are we at?
When will you turn them on? And last night I was able to walk out in my driveway and turn around and look at the house.
That's pretty, Rick.
And we said go.
Man, that's nice.
And
look at that.
And we illuminated.
Did y'all have a drum roll?
Well, I said the term right there that was on my Instagram today, release the Christmas spirit.
That's right. Yep.
And
boy, the comments were precious.
Yeah,
that's why my lights dimmed last night.
Right. Of course, you know, with the and you could just feel the crest go, now everything's okay.
Yeah.
You know, when will it happen? And, you know, the crest was trying. You know, I saw some things popping up and down. You know, Christmas Rhonda's not there anymore.
Yeah.
She sold her house. She's moved to the lake. And and the people who took over her house, they're doing an okay job. I mean, they don't
have live camels.
No, they're not putting in the effort of Christmas Rhonda. You know,
Mama, why's the lights flickering?
Yeah,
well.
so we cranked that baby up last night. Now, do
you leave those lights up? Or do they just install them, take them down, that company?
Oh, yeah. They install them, then they come get them, take them back, put them back in storage, and bring them back. It's the ultimate turnkey deal. Now, I will say this. Watching them walk around on that, the way those, you know, when that house was built, the way they did the roofs and everything was amazing. Yeah. Watching them there.
Yeah.
To make you nervous?
Yeah, it makes me nervous.
Yeah.
And,
got insurance.
Yeah, and but I will say this. When I went out to say release the Christmas spirit, because I was celebrating with them, I quickly had to move to the term Feliz Navidad, and then all of a sudden, everybody came alive.
Yeah, they perked
I was saying things. I was like, "Well, I'm not getting much," and I went, Feliz Navidad, yeah! And then they started celebrating with me. Yeah,
as much as
I did it right there?
Yes.
As much as I like the outline of your house, to me, I love when they do is it a tree or a bush they've got there that's lit up with something on every your two little trees there?
Yeah, and how do you like lining the driveway there?
I like that,
too.
but I mean,
I'll tell you what, you don't want to roll in the grass.
That would never make it because we would crush them rolling off the driveway. My family always seems to get into where the sprinkler heads are every year.
Well, don't think that doesn't happen. There's a little more around to the right that I couldn't get in the picture. But it just about the whole house is lit up.
You know the way those trees are done. I wouldn't mind if mine were that way year round. You know,
I know. Me too.
I love that.
Me too. And
how bright is it inside, Rick? Can you tell the lights are on outside?
Like daytime.
My favorite thing is I shut the bedroom window because our bedroom window faces out where the lights are. And I shut the window, and around the sides of the curtains, you just see light.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of like you're sleeping in with the curtains closed?
Yeah, almost like if you pulled the curtain back, there would be standing an angel.
So what is
telling me that I need to get to a manger.
What is your schedule on lights on, lights off? How does that work?
We come alive. We come alive at 4:30, and we roll to 11.
Yeah.
Oh, 11.
Yeah.
Okay. Late.
Yeah, we go to 11.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Tough for me to sleep last night, first night.
Yeah.
11's
like
pretty
summertime again.
Well, people, I don't want to rob people. See, it's not about me. The lights are not just about me. It's about the people.
You don't want to rob that joy.
Yeah, I can't take away that joy.
Do you think people know if they're late according to if your lights are on or not?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, we had some people leave the crest, and some of them said they didn't realize how much it affected their eyesight. So they actually lived somewhere where that didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, they got
so they could read again.
Kenny that lived across the street and Kelly, they said it literally changed their life when it would come on. So
I can't go to sleep. Why?
Burgess has got his lights on till 11.
Yes, I mean,
It's late, Rick.
Yeah, 11's not late. We think it's late. It's late to us. It's late to the senior citizens. But to normal people, it's actually not. Did
I was
you know
thinking
that?
more like 9:30.
No, have you ever had those friends that start texting you like important things like 10:15, and you're like, what are they doing?
No, I don't.
You know
I
what
don't
they're
see 'em.
You know what they're saying? We don't go to bed till like 11. Really?
Yeah.
Y'all do that?
They don't get up to 7. but-
Right? Yeah. Oh, buddy. I found out if you'll go to bed at a normal time and get up at a normal time, you do feel different.
You do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that time's about to come again.
Mm-hmm.
Even over the 4-day weekend, I started finding my way back to it again.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
I did too. That hurt a little bit.
But
Because
so,
you know, I was sleeping in like 6.
Right.
So which is like lunch for most people.
So what can I tell you what was funny, and it all worked out fine, is I came home just full of Christmas spirit because I saw that today was the day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were getting down to the end when I got home about 4:30, and they were, I could tell it was almost done. I was all fired up. Have you ever though, and it was funny because I had done something, I was in trouble with Sherry over something that I did that I forgot to do or whatever I did. And it was funny. I was trying to be in the Christmas spirit while being in trouble at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
And then I just started saying things like, "Let's just go out here and look at the lights."
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "No, I can't believe that." And I said, "Well, you know what? How about this? That was right. I didn't. Hey, let's go look at the lights. Well, let's just go stand and look at them." And so,
why didn't you scream? I went to an art thing this weekend. Give me a break.
Well, no. Listen, Sherry and I got to laughing, and we got to laughing so hard because it was one of those little things. There's wars and then there's just little skirmishes, and the skirmishes get resolved pretty quick.
Yeah.
And so we were sitting there and we were laughing about the fact that we had a skirmish, and I was trying to bring her in front of the lights and all that. And I said, I don't know how to pass this on to young people to tell them the bizarreness of marriage. I said, but it's really hilarious how in 2 hours to 24 hours, that small a window, you can be in the best standing with a spouse, and in just a few hours, it can all come unraveled, and you start thinking about how in love you were just a few hours ago. I mean, we were so in love that we were we really were into each other. I mean, we were really, really into each other. And then all of a sudden, you're like the worst person on the planet. And and you're thinking, these swings are really wild inside all this.
They are.
And then Sherry started laughing. She goes, then you finally, if you're the person mad, you realize what are you going to do? They ain't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So, but we got to laughing about that. There's some wild swings that happen inside marriage that and like in a friendship, you would not. It would be such a severe turn, you wouldn't be friends with them anymore. You know what I mean? And in marriage, it's kind of like, right now you're really, really into me and you think I'm the greatest thing on earth. But in just a few hours, I could be back in the dog.
Well, think about this, too. You rotate friend groups,
Right.
okay? You have work friends. You have maybe hunting friends.
Mm-hmm.
You have church friends, on different levels.
Yeah.
You may even have sports friends.
Yeah.
And you kind of rotate between, or
Right.
hobbies, you ham radio buddies
Yeah.
or whatever,
Right. Yeah.
and you don't spend every moment with all of them.
Right.
And, you start getting on each other's nerves. You kind of, go your separate ways. And
Yeah.
then when you see them again, everything's fine.
Right.
And that may be a day, 3 days, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month. With guys, it could be 10 years.
Yeah, 100%.
It doesn't even matter.
100%. Yeah.
And but hey, your marital situation is there all the time.
Look, let's be honest. You brought up with those friend groups because some of those you keep doing the rest of your life. But when you think about sports, there were people that I thought, man, we were really tight. But when our kids graduated and sports was over, I never saw them again.
Yeah, or teams you play on.
That friendship,
or golfing buddies.
that
or
friendship
something,
was only tied to that event.
Yeah.
And once it went away, it's like, and it's not that there's anything happens. It's just like, but boy, but
guys can, we don't say, well, we're separating,
right?
But again, if your paths lead you in different ways, but you see them in 15 years, you go, hey man, you pick right back up where you were. It's like nothing ever changed,
right? Yeah.
I mean, you go, yeah, I'm married to somebody different or whatever,
Right.
live somewhere, do something different. But you basically have the same. Now, I don't think the girls do that well.
No, they don't. No,
but
they don't.
the guys are always like
No,
that.
I've actually seen women get mad at another woman because that woman hasn't made any time for them.
Right.
Then that woman makes time with them, and then they go to lunch with them. They get mad about what they talked about at lunch, and they realize now they don't even like them.
Yeah. You know, I
was like, I thought you were mad because y'all weren't spending any time together yet.
I saw somebody,
and then y'all finally spent time together, and you're mad about the time y'all spent together.
You know, I saw somebody from high school. You know, we sit down, and it you know, it's 1983.
Oh yeah,
you know, it's
sure.
no problem.
Nothing changes. Nothing changes.
We should have stayed in touch this last 40 years.
Yeah, I got a call from Gerald Cates late yesterday. I hadn't called him back. He'll be fine when I finally do.
I missed one too.
Did you? What's he calling us about?
I'll let you know.
Oh, really? You know?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour. To the people we go. Phone trolling. 30 seconds a pop. If you want to get in, here we go. 30 seconds is king. And when that old buzzer sounds, your time on the program is done. We get to the next caller, trying to get a lot of different thoughts, comments, questions on as quick as we can. Let's go to Danny. Danny, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Dingo Danny here. Hey, I was hitting out a Frog Eye today, and I wanted to ask y'all, what's y'all's top tier Christmas song, and what's your bottom tier Christmas song?
Oh, gosh, that's my top tier. I love Away in a Manger by Kevin Derryberry, his version of it. It may be my favorite Christmas song every year.
Hey, have y'all ever listened to the Oh Holy Night by David Phelps? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's very good.
I grew up listening to Bing Crosby on that Decca label.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
any of those songs.
It's beginning to look
a lot like Christmas. I do love Oh Holy Night. That is a great one.
Least favorite?
Least favorite, Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. I hate that song.
I would have won.
I hate it.
Yeah, I did too.
I can't stand it.
I figured you didn't like it.
And I don't like that George Michael Christmas song that people like. I hate that song.
Oh yeah.
That one. But the what is it called?
I got you here.
It's Christmas Day. I hate it.
Do you really?
Yeah, I can't stand it.
I don't know. I can't think of the worst one I don't like. I mean,
All I Want for Christmas Is You or something.
For Christmas.
I hate that one too.
That's Mariah. Is that Mariah?
Yeah, I can't stand that song. So yeah,
How you feel?
Lauren Daigle singing Chris Tomlin's
that's good.
Come and See What God Has Done.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably my number
stuff.
2. We continue. Christmas Rhonda checking in. 30 seconds. Christmas Rhonda,
it's
go
our
ahead.
time of year.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, Merry Christmas.
You too, Rhonda.
How are you, Rhonda?
I hope you're lighting up that lake.
Well, let me tell you. Of course, I cried and cried for months, had to leave that house. And the people, my real estate lady came to me and said, you're probably going to have to give me time out. My real estate lady came and said, they want to go with the house, the Christmas tree in the foyer.
Mm.
And she said, I can't go ask Christmas Rhonda for the tree.
You got it in.
Y'all didn't give Rhonda a timeout. Good gracious, man.
I didn't know what's
You know the rule. Bubba.
I know.
You can't. I mean, Rick, you can't ask for. When you say you probably need to give me a timeout,
right?
You're probably not going to get one.
I know.
Yeah, that's classic.
Yeah, I don't
know.
know.
That was a rookie mistake out of Rhonda.
I
had the
want to
timeout
know
ready.
Is Rhonda lighting the lake up? Is what I want to know.
I know.
I mean, I heard you could see it from 63 Bridge. I don't know if that's true or not.
Mickey, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, have you heard about in Norway that they're saying Santa is gay?
No, I have not heard that.
Delivery. He's got a boyfriend. Instead of ho, 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 it's hey, hey, hey.
You're kidding around, right? Are you just setting up a joke?
I don't know.
I think that was the joke.
Yeah.
Kidding out loud.
It's terrible.
The delivery
is what got
it was
me
good.
Too. Yeah, it was.
Romeo, Georgia, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's up, Rick and Bubba?
Hey, buddy.
You following that, Romeo?
Good luck with that one.
What a man, I'm finally a winner again, man. I haven't won anything since I won the Rick and Bubba National Talent Search in Nashville, Tennessee, but I finally won me a tournament in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Okay.
As you guys know, I finally won first prize, $25,000. I mean, it ain't $1 million fishing tournament, but hey, it's like $1 million to a poor black man from Clear, Alabama. You know what I'm saying?
So what was it?
Win it?
What were you competing in?
Blackjack tournament. Had to beat about 2,000 people out to win that thing. It's really hard to win it.
Wow. Well,
okay.
All right. So celebrate winning blackjack. 25 grand.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You finally won something.
Be careful of that tax bill. They'll find you.
Great, Bubba. Christmas Rhonda, look, it's 30 seconds. You can tell you ain't getting a timeout. You better get right to it.
Oh, come on, give me time out. Anyway, the lady had to come and ask me for my Christmas tree, and I said, well, okay. I even left them all the lights and expected them to really do it up good this year for me.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't.
They didn't.
But I have to tell you, I would not leave my carolers. And when my husband went to go put them up at
She still ain't answered if she's lighting up that lake.
I get it in.
Well, I think we got the gist of it.
Well, we're back to this now.
The buyer got her lights and
Rick,
she took the carolers with her and they did because I looked.
She's going to call back. So just move on.
I hope so. I mean the house looks pretty, but they didn't do it up like Ron.
Okay.
Let's go to Amber in Birmingham. Amber, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I was calling about the lady with the gay Santa in Norway. I don't know if she was making a joke, but it's an actual thing. There's a commercial about I saw Daddy kissing Santa Claus, and it's a whole thing, and it shows them kissing.
What happened to Mrs. Claus?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
This is
Good gracious alive.
And you know what the thing about it is, it's just not necessary. I mean, Santa Claus. This is not that. There's nothing. Everybody can live out their life the way they want to live it, and this is not. This is not even a demand that the LGBTQ community is even making.
Right.
I mean, we just fall all over ourselves and turn things into the most patronizing, insincere. Please don't think we're mean. None of this is sincere. Overplay. It just. Anyway, all right, we'll get back. 866 We Be Big is the number. It's bottom of the hour. we will be back. The Rick and Bubba show continues. Oh my goodness, it looks like his boyfriend is Sulu from Star Trek. Is that who it is? What? Rick, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Doesn't get much better than that one. Noel, Chris Tomlin arrangement, Lauren Daigle singing it. All right, as we make our way back, do want to point you, here come to more good ideas on gifts. How about a Cord Buddy? CordBuddy.com, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. I mean, we are closing in on Christmas right now. Do you have people on your Christmas list that have always wanted to play the guitar? Well, for less than $50, they can learn from the system voted number one. It is a really cool invention. It will literally have you, your family, whoever gets it, your friend, playing guitar the very first day. It just attaches to the neck of the guitar as training wheels connect to the wheels of a bicycle, and you press a button, it holds the chords for you, and let the strumming begin. Its creator, Travis Perry's been on the show many times. You know, they make these in beautiful Dothan, Alabama. Sure do. Got some great guitars, too, if you're looking for someone just to get them a guitar this Christmas. But go ahead and get them the whole package from CordBuddy.com. And they've got some special deals available at CordBuddy.com. You want to go check those out. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com. And you know what? Speaking of Cord Buddy, Cord Buddy.
It's time for your favorite part of the show. We call it It's a Country Song or It Ain't. With the wildest wranglers this side of the Mason-Dixon, Country Boy Rick and his buddy, Bubba.
Well, it's time for Country Song or It Ain't. A Cord Buddy is in play for, if we get a winner, our first winner. If we get multiple winners, the first winner gets a Cord Buddy. The entire package. How do you play Country Song or It Ain't for the newbies? Well, I'll tell you, newbies. What's going to happen is Bill Bubba Bussey is going to read to you what is potentially a title of a real country music song. What you have to decipher is whether Bubba's just making it up or it really is a country song.
Now, Rick, we love our country music listeners, but they'll be the very first ones to tell you, hey, we got some titles out there.
Got some titles out there, and so just be aware because we are talking about country music. So it may not be as easy as it sounds, and you got to get 3 of them correct in order to be deemed the winner. Okay, so let's make sure I got all this ready to go here. Yeah, got it. All right, so let's start with Misty. Bubba, this may be Misty Payne.
Oh, Rick.
Misty out of Alabama. Misty, how you doing?
I'm good. You?
Good. Doing great. Hope you're having a great holiday season. Are you ready to play Country Song or It Ain't, Misty?
I guess so.
Do you know how to play?
I believe so.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Ain't no trash been in my trailer since the night I threw you out.
Oh.
Country Song or It Ain't?
I believe that one is.
I'm sorry, it is not.
Come on. Boy, go take a seat.
Good night.
Man, let's go to Chad out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Chad, you ready to play Country Song or It Ain't?
I am.
Here we go. Title number 1.
Don't kiss me there while I'm milking the cow.
Yes.
Country Song or It Ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It is not.
All right, there's one. All right, so got to get 3 right to win the Cord Buddy. Here we go. Title number 2.
Don't want that floozy in my jacuzzi. Country Song or It Ain't?
Yeah.
It is.
I am sorry, it is not.
You got You know what?
Wrapping up a little.
You could almost hear the cockiness get in his voice after he got the first one. He got overconfident. He didn't stop and think.
Yeah, most hitters do. Right?
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Hey, Bussey's tough when he gets head in the cow.
Oh, he is. Jonathan, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of the capital of Alabama, Montgomery, listening to I-92. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, Jonathan, look, I-92 should have you ready to go on this. Are you ready? Here comes title number 1.
Right.
Fill up my propane tank with all your love. Country Song or It Ain't?
Ooh, it ain't.
You are correct. It is not.
I thought that was Buck Owen. Are you ready? Here we go. Title number 2. Let's go.
Don't cry on my shoulders because you're rusting my spurs. Country Song or It Ain't?
Oh, it is.
You are correct. It is.
Jonathan, you realize you are standing on the cusp of a Cord Buddy. If you can get title number 3, here it is.
Everybody loves a nut. Country Song or It Ain't?
Oh, my goodness. I hope it's not.
I'm sorry, it is. at that. And you can thank Johnny Cash for that.
Oh, he pointed to the stand.
Oh, he thought he got ahead in the count. Thought he had it. Let's go to Lisa. Lisa is out of the free state of Florida. Lisa, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Are you ready to play country song or it ain't?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Let's get married at 11 and honeymoon at noon. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
I'm sorry.
Michael out of Gadsden, Alabama. Gadsden, Alabama. Are they proud of it, or do they live in shame where this show was formed 28 years ago in January? Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Are you ready to play country song or it ain't?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Her cheating heart made a drunken fool out of me. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
You are correct. It is.
All right, here we go. Come on, Michael. Get your feet in. Get them set. All right, title number 2.
I found the recipe for heartbreak in a cookbook on your shelf. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It's not.
Oh, Michael. Boy, Michael, you're fouling them off straight back. All right, here we go. The all-important For the Chord Buddy, title number 3.
I could never forget you because I've tried. Country song or it ain't?
Wow.
It is.
I'm sorry.
Good night.
You
are kidding me. Gosh, y'all.
He almost went back.
I know
Did
it.
you see it?
Anybody want a chord buddy for stocking stuff? I don't know if anybody can win it.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Can Emily get it done? Emily, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Are you ready to play country song or it ain't?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Title number 1.
If you were the only girl in the world, you'd probably be my sister. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct.
All right.
All right, Emily, here we go. Stay in there now. Here we go. Title number 2.
If only Peggy Sue knew what I'd been doing with you. Country song or it ain't?
All right.
It is.
I'm sorry.
Bubba.
That's my favorite part.
Bubba, when all else fails, you know what you do when you do
He threw a shoe. He took a shoe off and threw it.
when all else
Quite
fails.
the effort to get it off.
And this is our, by the way, this is our last one. This is our last one.
This is it.
But when all else fails, go to Tennessee.
Okay.
Marty is in Tennessee. Marty, welcome to Country Song or It Ain't. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You know, Goodbye was created in Tennessee. All right, here we go. Title number 1.
Baked my sweetie a pie, but he left with a tart. Country song or it ain't?
It is.
You. No, I'm sorry. It's not.
Now he's got one shoe on this entire time. Oh, my God. He stole all of his show prep.
That's it. Can't nobody touch it.
Oh, no.
He just
broke my favorite stapler.
It was his favorite.
It's the only one that worked.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Still don't have a shoe on.
No, he ain't gonna wear a shoe the rest of the show.
Oh, my God.
Be careful of that chair.
He was going to go back.
No winners today. We'll keep the chord buddy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. It's Giving Tuesday today, so if you've been thinking about some giving you want to do here at the end of the year, man, we have presented so many great ministries and charities to you over the year. Take your pick and think about on Giving Tuesday maybe supporting some of these that we've talked about. And there's a lot of them. We'll introduce you to another one. We won't be introducing you to it. We talked about this one for a few years coming up a little bit later on in the program. All right, so, Bubba, we have a Tiger Woods update. I know that the Kickoff Hour mentioned this. Yeah. Tiger by the tail, it's plain to see. Let's go. Sing it, boys. And tail. Looks like I got a tiger by the tail. Tiger Woods has had many great comebacks. He thinks it may be those that keep looking at the current state of Tiger, the golfer, and maybe a little delusional about how much he has to overcome since the wreck and all of that. And,
yeah, he's lucky to be alive.
He really is.
And so he was opening up about the future as far as him being in golf, his golf future, and here's what he had to say.
I can still, maybe if my leg gets good enough, maybe kick off a tournament here or there. But as far as climbing the mountain, get all the way to the top, I don't think that's a realistic expectation of me. But I think something that is realistic is playing the tour one day, never full-time ever again.
Yeah, so that's the comment everybody's really locking on.
And that kind of came out after video came out this weekend of him out hitting golf balls. So, immediately the speculation was, hey, here comes Tiger. He's training again.
Yep, he's training again. So, but he says that's kind of delusional, and everybody needs to realize that the best case scenario, he plays here or there, but he certainly will not be a full-time golfer anymore.
Right.
And so that's making big headlines today, and I don't follow it. So, but to me, that I'm glad that they.
Well, he's a big name, and as Tiger goes, golf has gone to some large degree in the past. But that video coming out gave everybody hope. But I think Tiger's trying to lower expectations now dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, when he says kick off a tournament, what does he mean by that?
Like you hit the first ball to start the tournament or something.
And he also said, hey, look, I might be able to get to the point where I can pick and choose a few events a year and play around that, practice around that, gear yourself up, and try to just focus on that one event versus the tour, which those days are over.
Right.
Full time.
Yeah, well, and
so nobody knows, though. We don't know how his rehab's going to go long term. I mean, he may may bounce back, or he may have arthritis issues and be more affected by weather and travel, not be able to do that. I think he's just lowering expectations at this point because nobody really knows.
Now, what's the current name of the one? Is it the Champions Tour? Is that what it's called? Where you have the older golfers?
Yeah.
Do you
comes to Birmingham.
Do you see him getting to that?
I didn't, but now I do, because he's 45 now. You got to be 50. And so the fact that he can't play at this level, the next 5 years of him trying to grind it and do this may go, you know what, I may not compete out here, but I still like to compete, and I can compete there, maybe. I don't know.
You think he'll play the Waterbury Open?
Yeah, it's coming.
What are you talking about?
That's off Happy Gilmore.
Is it?
I always bring it up every time we talk.
The Waterbury Open.
That's how he qualified for the tour.
Yeah,
right?
that's that face that Helmsley makes every time he's ready to talk seriously about golf, and Greg throws that in there.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great question.
I know Gene Hallman in his office has got the calendar up there, and he's been marking off Tiger till he gets to 50. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, he says he's enjoying right now through all this watching his son Charlie play.
Which he's got a pretty good swing himself.
And he said a lot of people think, oh, he's coming back. He goes, I'm not even halfway there. Yeah. He said, in my rehab, I got muscle development, nerve damage still.
He's scared.
He said, so until my leg gets stronger or something, I can't even think about.
Now, how old is he now?
45.
Okay, so he can't play, right?
What? Can't play what?
The Champions.
No, that's what I'm saying. So
he's got 5 years.
He's got 5 years until that can even happen.
Okay.
So as he goes through this rehab, he may realize I can't compete with the Brooks Koepkas and the Dustin Johnsons of the world.
Yeah.
But maybe when I turn 50, I can go compete in some of these.
You didn't mention
Champions
DeChambeau,
Tour.
I noticed.
No.
How old's
By the way, did you see that? That happened while we were gone. DeChambeau and Brooks actually played a match against each other. Phil Mickelson and Barkley commentated it.
No, I did not see.
Yeah, Brooks wore him out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not trying to bring attention to myself.
But that night,
what
it
happened.
wore him out.
That's pretty much what happened. So what is the so how old is little Charlie Woods?
Oh, he's like, I don't know, 13, 14.
So is somebody else driving him to the tournaments?
Yeah,
Rick
Burgess. I can't let that go. I mean,
good.
I completely stepped out on
He's
13,
12.
14.
He's 12.
Okay. All right.
He's 12.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's close.
He's 12.
He's got his swing looks just like his dad's.
Yeah,
it's pure.
that's so good.
That looks like Happy Gilmore.
Are you
Yeah.
speaking of overzealous dads? Not Tiger, but his dad that worked with him and everything. Some of the things we heard about that.
Sure.
Yeah, are you going to watch this movie with Will Smith being the?
Oh, I saw it, by the way.
You've already seen it?
Yeah, I saw it.
What is it?
I saw it 2 weeks ago. King Richard.
Oh yeah, King Richard. That's
How was it?
Real good movie. I thought they were going to attempt to run Richard Williams down in regards to how hard I worked my daughters, and it wasn't like that at all. I didn't think so. Matter of fact, I gained a lot of respect for that family after watching this.
So he must have been involved in the crereative part of it.
I don't know, Greg.
You remember we had like 4 Joey Benefico movies?
Yeah.
All told from a different perspective.
Now, there were some things in his life that I was like, wow, and there were some things that they portrayed him doing that I thought probably wouldn't. But the fact that what he did, and the wife was, I'm going to tell you, that was the thing that caught me off guard. The wife was just as much behind everything as he was. He was just the voice behind it, but she worked them just as hard. And they were very strict on them as far as grades. And, I mean, it's a wonderful story. These kids are living in Compton, and he kept them out of the streets by doing what he was doing.
Yeah.
And all the other kids were straight-A students, got scholarships, and just because they didn't play tennis, he made sure they were successful in what they were doing. Very, very good movie. Will Smith does a fantastic job.
Yeah, Will Smith is good at everything.
Have you always kind of thought of him, at least perception-wise, as kind of the Joe Jackson of the Jacksons, but on the tennis court?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the image I have of him.
Yeah, but you're saying that whoever put this movie
successful with the outcome, but wow, the way to get there was pretty tough.
The things that you saw here didn't break your heart like some of the things you heard about Tiger Woods' dad.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, matter of fact, there were some things thrown in there that I was like, well, I didn't even know that. I mean, like, hey, we're going to pray as a family. We're going to do so. I mean, there was some things going on inside that family that I thought, okay, wow, I respect that a ton. And the way he handled it, he went out and saw these. We all see how parents act, and these youth sports are crazy. And he wouldn't even let them play tournaments because of the way parents acted. He didn't want them to get burned out. And that was a lot of people are like, you're crazy for not letting them play in tournaments.
Yeah.
And it was good. It was a really good movie. I watched it the night it came out, of course.
So you don't have to be a tennis fan to enjoy it.
No, if you don't have to be a sports fan to enjoy it. You just it's a good movie.
I'll probably watch it. I don't know that I'll go to the theater to watch it, but I'll catch it.
Well,
you don't have to. It's out.
It's on HBO Max right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either, Bubba.
Yeah. It's one of those you're thankful for streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have that app now. I can't keep up. Apps come and go.
Are you AT&T?
Not streaming.
No, with your phones and all that?
Yeah.
You probably get it. You don't even know it.
Yeah, the streaming thing has just turned into what we tried to get away from. I'm not happy with it either.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number.
I love
it. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, the website. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thank you for being with us. Merry Christmas. 12 working days of Christmas starts this Thursday as we give out gift number 1. And we're talking about thousands of dollars worth of gifts. So be standing by. Gift number 1 might as well go to you as we wrap up another year together. The 17th of December will be the big year ender. And then we'll come back in 2022, and Lord willing, we'll be from a new studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here this hour. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so a couple of things to update you on. Now, we all remember the Jussie Smollett. I pretended that I was attacked by all these racist people, and of course, all the politicians on the left and all the media figures on the left. We fell all over. And his name is it Jesse or Jesse? Jussie Smollett.
Jussie.
And then Jussie appeared to have made it all up.
And hired 2 brothers
and hired 2 people to help him and all this, and this was the gotcha tribal world that we were living in. No one stopping and saying let's all take a breath and let's get to the bottom of it. Remember, it was blamed on a culture of hate that was being fostered by then President Trump. But now all those that ran over to Jussie Smollett to make him the mistreated hero of a hate culture. He's now been charged with 6 counts of disorderly conduct and faces up to 3 years in prison. They're going to be working through that.
That whole case was very strange. It turned into a political thing.
Oh, of course.
Because it was MAGA hat wearing vigilantes that beat him up because he was gay and black and all this.
Mm-hmm. And they found a cord to make a noose out of him. Little cord.
And come to find out, it was all made up. But you may remember part of this was that he had got some threatening letters because he was on the TV show. What was it?
Empire.
Empire is pretty popular at the time.
Yeah.
And he didn't think that the producers were taking the threats against him seriously enough, so he wanted to do this to show that it was legit. But I don't know that he started out to do it to be a get Trump thing, but the media turned it into that.
Well, let me take you back, to all the presidential candidates of 2020 on the left, and I'll give you some of their quotes here. Senator Cory Booker, he expressed solidarity with Smollett at the time. Also, Kamala Harris expressed solidarity and on the alleged attack. Here's what they said the attack showed. It was an attempted modern-day lynching. President Biden tweeted, "We're with you, Jussie," and that homophobia and racism have no place in our streets or in our hearts. Bernie Sanders, the racist and homophobic attack on Jussie Smollett is a horrific instance of the surging hostility toward minorities around the country. We must come together to eradicate all forms of bigotry and violence. Certainly agree with that sentiment, just wasn't the case here. Here's another one. This comes from Nancy Pelosi. The racist, homophobic attack on Jussie Smollett is an affront to our humanity. No one should be attacked for who they are or whom they love. Of course, he wasn't. And so now...
so really, him by faking this was all the things they said.
Correct.
It was an attack on the gay community, on the black community, on hate.
And if you remember, Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie T. Johnson said in late February of 2019, after they investigated his alleged attack, he says, we found that he just took advantage of the pain and anger of racism to promote his own career. None of this took place. If there's anybody that has no respect for people who suffer from racism and bigotry, it's Jussie Smollett. Actually, he's a pretty bad dude because he used something very serious to simply see if he could make himself a bigger celebrity.
And remember the police chief that said that was standing up, didn't he end up having an affair and then was found dead in a car somewhere?
Oh, I don't know.
And the prosecutor, the DA, Kim I can't remember her last
Did
name.
she drop the charges?
Yeah, she wouldn't prosecute him, and then I think she was voted out right after that. So now all of this is come full circle again.
Well, here's
so
one.
It was just a long list of tragedy and despair
it felt
in this
weird
thing.
from the beginning,
Yeah.
the whole story, because remember, it was like 2 a.m. or something
Right.
on the coldest night of the year, and we're supposed to believe these people happened to know that you were going to come by and go get a sandwich at Subway.
Yeah, MAGA hats on. Then the thing about the news.
I mean, before I made these public statements, like
So
all the
about
people
the-
you just read, won't you just take a second?
Well, we
and
don't do that
and see
anymore.
how it plays
We don't do
out,
that
because
anymore.
it sounded fishy from the beginning.
Well, it's
and the area it happened in too was not known to be a big MAGA area.
Exactly.
Where the MAGA fans were going to be patrolling the street
And
in
they
the middle
just
of the
happened
night.
to know he was going to go get a sandwich about 2 a.m. on the coldest night of the year.
Yeah, the whole thing.
So the question is now, if he is charged with the 6 counts of disorderly conduct and face, I don't know if he's going to go to prison for 3 years, but that's the maximum he could get. If he's found guilty of all this, will these same people come back and say, you know what, we said some things that weren't true and we apologize?
No, you'll never get that. You'll
Well,
never hear that.
and DeSantis wants to know as well, why is no one caring about a man who mowed down innocent people in a Christmas parade? Is it Waukesha? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, close
And
enough.
so Ron DeSantis says, I noticed that since the narrative on this guy is not looking too good, that suddenly the media has just
moved on.
They've just moved on, and they're not covering this case because I guess they don't like the narrative. And here is Governor DeSantis from Florida. Here we go.
Is that how it works? The SUVs, they just drive by themselves? This just kind of happened? And they say, oh, this was a big accident. You never actually hear the discussion about who committed this, what was the motivation. This guy was a career criminal, let out on, didn't really have any bail, basically, should not have even been on the street, had clear anti-white animus, and this was an intentional act. And it seems like, for corporate press, they're more apt to characterize a parent who goes to a school board meeting to protest bad policies as a domestic terrorist than somebody who intentionally rams an SUV into a crowd of innocent people. So you have at least 6 have died. You have many more that have been injured. I know many people are in the hospital. And so let's just be clear. This was not a car just driving in. This was an attack by a felon who did that, who should not have been on the street. And we'll see what the actual motivation was. It very well may have been in response to what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse. And you have to wonder if that's the case. Almost assuredly, this guy's view of Rittenhouse was colored by all these media lies. He brought a rifle across state lines. That's a lie. They said that the initial altercation with Jacob Blake, that Blake was unarmed. That's a lie. They covered up Blake's criminal history. And then they said that Rittenhouse shot. And first of all, when you're self-defense, it doesn't matter, kind of what race, but they would say that he shot. Most people didn't know that he shot 3 white people. People thought, so that's what the media has been doing. And they tend to point a target on law enforcement's back. But this is just wrong. And these lies have got to stop.
So he's saying exactly right. They don't like the narrative of this horrific event, so they're not covering it. And he's like, is that what it's come to?
And Rick, when we come back, Chris Cuomo in hot water again. His days at CNN may be numbered.
Yep. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. We'll get to some of your calls here shortly. If you want to join us now on whatever is on your mind, we look forward to chatting with you. Bubba, going to the break, you mentioned CNN's Chris Cuomo. Maybe his days may be numbered at CNN.
Well, newly released testimony from the New York Attorney General's investigation into the now ousted Governor Andrew Cuomo shows that the Cuomo prime time host heavily worked with the Democrats' inner circle to combat the sexual misconduct allegations against him, even relying on sources in the media on the reporting that was being done on the governor's accusers. So you may remember Chris Cuomo, who has the show on CNN. He came out and said, look, my brother, we've had him on, we've had fun, but I'm not talking about this anymore. I'm not dealing with him. We're just, that's gone. But according to the text messages, and they've got it here as evidence, he was in very close contact with his brother's handlers on how to word their defense, how to market his defense, and also was working to dig up dirt on his brother's accuser. So he was very much working on the inside while saying on CNN that he was not doing that, and he was a neutral journalist who just wasn't going to deal with it because it was his brother. So he's in trouble, I think, for lying about that, one. And two, this poses a huge problem for CNN, once again, who is constantly being accused of these people doing these kind of things. And here they are again now with evidence coming out that they have a host that has misled them, misled his viewers, and was working to defend his brother.
But does CNN even have a claim of anything high road? I mean,
well, now they would tell you they are. They would tell you that they're neutral and bring you the story, and in their mind, I guess to some level they think they do.
So
we see it a little different.
So what we're finding out, as you said, contradicts. He even told the viewers in August that he never made calls to the press about his brother's situation. We're now finding out he did. And like you said, he really was trying to use his position to see if he could help. Now, Greg, I want you to know, baby brother, I would do the same for you.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Mm-hmm. But, think about it. I mean, did anybody believe that to begin with?
Well, no.
I mean, you got a brother in trouble, and plus they're not the most high-road people you've ever known.
No.
And so here we go.
The Cuomos have specialized in doing what's good for the Cuomos, historically.
Yeah. Right. So
and now, look, there's pages and pages of all this. So
text messages, everything.
Yeah, and it's come out in this court case. So CNN has said that they are. Let's see, what was their quote here? They are. They're going to study the situation. It says they will have additional conversations and seek additional clarity since all this has come out.
CNN's going to get clarity?
Yeah, I know.
Well, that ought to be. That may be one of the seven.
This is basically, I think, where they're in a test balloon mode to see how much blowback they're going to get for not immediately taking him off the air, or would there be widespread support for him if they did take him off the air.
Here's the good news. CNN's audience has gotten so small, you probably could just poll the whole audience. And
just tell them to call in one night.
Hey, y'all call in. What do you think about Chris? We keep him or let him go? Does anybody care? But I mean, if you're one of the few people that watch CNN on a regular basis, okay, and I say that because the ratings show that in our country, their audience, now around the world, they got a huge audience because a lot of the countries won't let you watch anything else but them. But when they have competition, they don't do very well. Do the people that watch CNN in America, do they really care if Chris Cuomo was trying to help his brother? Wouldn't they almost be supportive of that?
Well, I think they want to think that they're being fair and balanced, and that, Trump was crazy and he lied.
Sure, right.
So anything we say about Trump is justified. We have those tape recordings from, the head of CNN. Obviously, they were working to sway public opinion. They wasn't reporting the news. The whole thing is just a shipwreck right now. It's just, for anybody that has any shred of honesty about them, you realize this is a joke.
Right, but you wonder if anybody cares.
Well, that's the question. Do you care? Are you happy with the ship sinking, so to speak, or do you want to make a difference in it or not?
Right. Well, it's almost like, let's say I'm an advertiser.
Your credibility has been shredded on so many topics right now. I mean, do you need this on top of it?
Well, it's almost like if you're an advertiser, okay, and you advertise on the Rick and Bubba show, and all of a sudden you're on here, you're advertising, and all of a sudden a big revelation comes out that you found out that we were eating breakfast while doing the show.
Mm-hmm.
You would go, well, I kind of already knew that when I got involved.
Right.
You know, I mean, are they?
Well, I mean,
are they going to be like, well, when we advertise on CNN, we know how y'all operate.
Yeah. And, Chris has been caught in his own thing, too, where, he made his big coming out after he had the COVID and, people had footage of him out on the street.
Oh,
I mean, the whole thing is just a dog and pony show. And it's just, I mean, I know that. You know that. So if I'm watching them, I understand that.
Yeah. Well, and just like if you remember Big Brother, when they thought they had a handle on the pandemic, he said that God didn't do it.
Right.
That he and all the people did.
Right.
Of course, he's not there anymore. But
right.
But the so do they really? They don't really make any presentation. But now the problem he's got is this is true. In their real lives, we know that they have no moral scruples.
Right.
But he did say that he had moral scruples when he didn't.
Most people that don't say they do, Rick. That's kind of part of not having them, don't you think?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. At CNN, I don't know what you have to do to get fired. Other than that, start being conservative, I guess. He may get fired. Last night, I was flipping around and I heard him saying something I told you when the show started today, and I couldn't believe he was saying it. Now when I see this, maybe it makes sense. Because he was actually saying that he doesn't, that there shouldn't be hysteria over the latest variant. Why can't people just say we don't know, as opposed to speculating? And I was like, who is this? This can't be Chris Cuomo.
Yeah, he's really
what?
not following the Democratic line of scare everybody to death and try to put them in a full panic. We told you all this. We were going to have the variant scares come along.
Oh,
yeah. The truth of the matter would yet to be seen, but they're going to try to scare you every time it looks like it's about gone.
Oh, of course, yeah. And
there's different opinions on this new variant. Some reports are saying that this is what we need to have a full COVID segment.
Okay.
But have you noticed every variant that comes out is more transmissible? I can't say the word now. Transmissible than the previous one that was so transmissible you couldn't get around anybody.
Right, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much more transmissible a virus can be, other than we all wake up with it in the world and we all have it at one time.
Yeah.
You scared everybody off the chart. There's nothing left to go up to.
Right.
You're out of range.
You've already said that we're all going to get it. And I think the reason why they're coming up with that is because when it's not as severe, they got to have something to scare you with.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Gift number 1, 12 working days of Christmas starts on Thursday. Be paying attention for that as we roll to the big year-ender. December the 17th, we'll wrap up another year. Lord willing, come back in January in a new studio and celebrating our 28th birthday. Rick and Bubba have been around a while. Ancestry.com/Bubba. Your family has been around for a while. Would you like to know their true story? Well, you can by going to Ancestry.com/Bubba. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. Some great holiday pricing available to you right now. The story of your family is ultimately the story of you, and boy, can Ancestry.com/Bubba give you some great details. Ancestry DNA can give your true ethnicity. Of course, all the records they have of family trees, and millions of these, and they can provide historical details that bring unique family stories to life. You'll know the details of people in your family, things they may have accomplished, where they actually live, down to the town. So if you'd like to do this, be fun to do for this upcoming Christmas, go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, get your Ancestry DNA kit, start your free trial. You can do that now, and maybe you can give it as a gift. Good idea for the hard-to-buy person. Buy for person. Go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find their link right there under the sponsors as well. So, Bubba, let's talk a little COVID here.
COVID, yeah. Huh?
Well, where do you begin?
Let's start with the courts, Rick. We've had a federal judge that has blocked Biden's vaccine mandate for healthcare workers in the 10 states in his jurisdiction.
Blocked.
That would be Alaska, Arkansas, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, New Hampshire, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming.
Well, we had two people that in our Sunday school class that we were praying for that they were going to lose their job if something didn't happen. And good news, both of them were able to keep their jobs. They won their cases.
Yeah, this will be a temporary victory against the Biden mandate until it works its way through the system. Now you may remember Biden gave an executive order saying that health workers in hospitals that receive federal funding through the Medicaid or Medicare program had to be vaccinated immediately. The judge ruled that the order likely exceeded Biden's authority, giving the 10 states a temporary victory as the case winds its way through the system. He says Congress clearly did not authorize this. And this is a politically and economically vast federalism-altering, boundary-pushing mandate, which Supreme Court precedent requires. So that is, and there's been several other courts that also have limited this. So we'll see how that plays out. But that's good news for the healthcare workers in the short haul, that they will not be unemployed immediately.
Right.
The Moderna CEO says the COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness will likely drop against the, and how did we decide we're going to say this new variant?
Omicron?
Omicron.
Now, they're saying that, possibly these variants are getting too far away from the original. Now, this is the CEO of Moderna. This is not Fox News contributors talking about this. And I think if you remember back a while back, I said we're going to have a new vaccine that is going to be engineered to cover some areas the original did not. So that is coming. As a matter of fact, they're already working on it, and so is Pfizer.
Well, here's the thing.
It'll be vax too.
Yeah, and then don't forget boosters and all this. But
now that's what they're pushing now, and they're jab crazy, trying to do all this. We have no testing to know about the new variant, how it will compare to the antibodies generated by the vaccine or natural antibodies. I did see one specialist that said this is exactly what we need to end this, is a very highly contagious variant that has very mild symptoms. So hopefully it would spread wildly. People would not have a problem with it, and they would build up immunity to the overall COVID-19 virus, and this would be the end of it as we know it. So not everybody's saying that, but I did see one guy that said this is exactly what we need.
Well, and you see the bottom line is we don't know, and it's okay to say we don't know.
No,
but,
we don't. It could be very deadly. We just don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's likely based on what South Africa's telling us right now. But
Now the doctors who are on the ground where it started have said conditions are very mild for this.
Right.
So that is good news.
Well,
and highly transmissible.
Yeah, if you look though, if you go back, and this was something that we were saying on this show 2 years ago, and remember, we're not into science anymore, we're into preferred science. But there were scientists at the very beginning that said, here's how pandemics work throughout world history, and they will wane on their severity as it begins to turn and twist and move, and it'll eventually find its way into a seasonal flu kind of situation. And it looks like that's what this is doing. And we also are finding out, and remember, these people were, oh my goodness, they were ostracized, demonized. If anybody said this and didn't believe in man-made global warming, they would have been removed from science. Do you remember the guy that gave us the analogy of these vaccines that we created versus natural antibodies, and talking about the in football, the vaccine was designed to tackle alpha. When alpha got the ball, but if you gave the ball to any other variant, it wouldn't tackle it.
Right.
And there's going to be breakthroughs, and it's going to be a leaky vaccine. Do you remember that? Now, certainly it's done a job on treatment, which I think is great. And you remember, he was just, you couldn't even, if you even mentioned his name, if you even talked about him, you were whatever. Of course, now even the people who create the vaccines are saying, well, we basically designed it to stop alpha, and the variants may get through, but it does help you not get real sick. But really, the vaccine cannot stop the variants because it wasn't made to stop the variants. And that your natural antibodies may even be more effective against the variants than the actual vaccine. Well, we're seeing that that's kind of true. But, again, even if you have natural antibodies, I don't think you're exempt from ever catching any of the variants either. I'm not saying that. But again, the good news is, because all that really matters is the severity. Okay, living in a world that says I'll never, ever catch any form of this pandemic ever, some people I think will pull that off, and you people are very, very unique. But for most people, you're going to get it at some point, and then you're going to survive it, and you're going to move on.
Yeah, it is 99% survivable.
Right.
Now, if you're in that 1%, it's bad.
But
overall, it is very survivable.
But it does seem to me, just on observation, not on claiming any scientific whatever, just watching, that alpha took out a lot more people because we didn't have a vaccine, and we didn't have treatments, and we didn't have natural antibodies. Delta, got a lot of people caught it, but not as many people were killed by it. It was not more deadly.
No.
But a lot of that may be because of natural antibodies and vaccines and treatments that we didn't have before. Okay? And now we had, then you remember we skipped a few in between alpha and delta that didn't really do anything.
Yeah, beta didn't get off the ground.
Yeah, and then you have this one that looks like it'll be transmissible, but it's not going to be very severe. As long as we're keeping people out of the hospital and people aren't dying, then I don't know if y'all know this, every cold and flu season and then every seasons throughout the year, people get sick of various things, and sometimes people die, and most of the time they don't. And so it's kind of moving its way into that, and we must live with it. What I don't understand is people bringing up ideas from back on alpha that didn't work.
Yeah.
When we didn't know. But let me tell you what we're not going to do. Don't do ideas that didn't work. I mean, that didn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Shutdowns do not work. All this, not doing games, not doing school, shutting this down, shutting that down, do this, don't do that, mask this, mask that, everywhere a mask. Those things really were not all that effective. And the shutdowns were disastrous on the economy and on people's lives, but they didn't do much to stop people from catching it. As a matter of fact, the vaccine does some good on people catching the variants, but not. It's leaky. It's not 100%.
Yeah, it's not 100%.
So, I mean, what we want to do is to be able to minimize catching it, but maximize surviving it. And I think we are doing that.
And, Rick, too, the mutation of a virus is a natural process.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard people debating this on various shows. Well, that the vaccine caused it to mutate. That I don't think that's factually correct.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know some people tribally on our side would like for that to be the case, but I don't think that's the case. I think they naturally do that because there's an error as they reproduce, and that's how you get a variant. In other words, it's not a 100% clean copy of the virus every time it copies itself. So you get to a point where it has mutated, and most of the time they say that when these things mutate, that they will become more transmissible but less deadly.
Correct.
And it's not just this, it's in other viruses we've seen that too. Right. So they hope that's going to follow. And you remember we talked about it earlier. As it mutates, at some point it could mutate out of the human range where we could catch it. It may just affect nothing, or it may affect some other species or something, but it'll be out of the mammal area that it has something to do with. So I hope that's the case. Fauci is still under attack from people who are saying, who are getting on him about his science remark.
Oh, my goodness.
Ted Cruz is calling him the most dangerous bureaucrat.
Yeah, here he is right here.
You know, Dr. Fauci, I think, is the most dangerous bureaucrat in the history of the country. You know, he talked a moment ago, you just played, about hurting science. I don't think anyone has hurt science, has hurt the credibility of the CDC, has hurt the credibility of doctors more than Dr. Fauci, because throughout this pandemic, he's been dishonest, he's been political, he's been partisan, and the American people know it.
Yeah.
Rand Paul said that Fauci was acting like the medieval church with the I represent science declaration.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's really full of himself and is ignoring the many times that he's said things that were wrong and his tie to this starting to begin with.
Look, let's hope the latest variation of this is not as serious, and let's hope it ends as soon as possible.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. So one thing we didn't mention, Bubba, we'll move on, but last thing too, looking over a week-long period ending this past Sunday, interesting trends, and I want you to think about this. Minnesota leads the nation with 426 new cases per 100,000 residents, followed by Michigan. By the way, think about everything that Michigan and Minnesota have done to shut everybody down. They now have the most new cases a week. Wisconsin's next, North Dakota after that, then New Hampshire. The bottom states right now, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, Hawaii, and Florida.
You mean where college football has been running crazy?
Yeah, where people have been pretty much. I was laughing at a cartoon that somebody sent me. It's got two people on a bus going somewhere. One guy's over there just petrified in fear, and one guy's looking out the window like grinning, looking at all the trees and everything. Did you see that one? And it says, which one are you, the one who's terrified every time a new variant is mentioned, or the other guy who stopped thinking about COVID a year ago?
Yeah. Maybe this should be a happy medium.
Right. So anyway, so it's just an interesting story. Top 5 states with the most daily COVID cases right now are blue. Bottom 5 are red. The ones who did the most lockdowns and everything, when this thing comes back around and people go back indoors or whatever, it seems to go up. And those that didn't do near what these other states did, those numbers go down. And here's what you can take away from this. Whatever everybody tries to do really doesn't seem to have much impact.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
There's a certain course it's going to run.
I don't know if we should get on our soapbox and say, hey, look at us in the South.
No.
We beat this because...
What I'm saying is you have the same thing happen.
Yeah, no matter what you do.
No matter what you do.
And if you go back and look at the interactive maps they had that showed you the hot spots, and it got a darker red for the more people that were getting infected with it to a lighter color, and it looked like a ribbon across the coast. Mm-hmm. And, Rick, it went north just as predictable as you could. Now, here's the question. Will it turn around and come back south in the spring? We'll see. But it's clear how when you watch it move like that, you went, this is amazing that we can actually see this in real time, how this is moving across the country. But it was a very strange deal.
Yeah. So, anyway, it just the bottom line is when you look and see sitting here currently that the Queen of Michigan just can't seem to keep the state from going through the same rise and fall that everybody goes through. So that's the reason why I say this again. You can't stop living life. It doesn't really accomplish anything. No. And it probably causes more damage than if you would just move through your life making common sense decisions.
Right. Work through it.
Yeah.
Rick, I was telling you, this is really not a funny story. It's just something I observed last night I'd never really noticed before. We were watching, our latest Hallmark movie in bed before we went to sleep.
Let me see what the plot was. The girl really doesn't like the guy and thinks he's annoying and all this and can't stand him. But as it goes along, she ends up realizing that the guy she really thinks she wants is no good for her. And this guy's perfect, and they kiss with a minute and a half left in the movie.
Yeah, 90 seconds to go
right.
When you see the kiss.
Right.
Most of the time it has to do with an evil developer that's wanting to buy an old historical place and mow it down to build a ski lift or, something.
Or everybody's favorite park.
Yeah, something like that. This happened to be the one that had Fonzie in it last night. I've seen it before.
Fonzie?
Yeah, Arthur Fonzarelli.
Yeah.
But Henry Winkler. I can't remember his name.
Little known fact over the weekend. Did you know that in one episode of Happy Days that Tom Hanks comes and he's the one that's coming to get Fonzie?
No.
And he's lived like years training in martial arts to get Fonzie back and beat him up. And he's arrived in town to take on Fonz, and Fonz won't fight him.
You know what? I don't remember that. I'm going to have to go look that up.
And it's Tom Hanks.
Really?
Yeah.
There was a lot of stars that were on that show. Yeah. So, anyway, I decided to get a little snack last night while we're watching this. And so I've got some I knew I probably shouldn't tell this story.
Right.
So I went and I got some wheat thins and an orange, and I'm
wheat
watching
thins
them.
and an orange.
Yeah, it's a great combination.
Do you put a piece of orange on top of wheat thins?
No, I eat them separate. And but I had some water sitting there in one of those stainless steel cups, like we all have 100 of them.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And
I threw away.
This one would come in here for this.
I threw away about 5 of them yesterday, cleaning my office out that I never even used.
Can I back up? You like wheat thins?
I love wheat thins if I dip them in ketchup.
What? Don't say that.
Yeah, I do.
So time out. Were you dipping them in
Yeah,
ketchup?
I was.
Don't say that. I thought you were doing it.
And so I'm sitting there watching this movie, and I've seen it before.
So really, it's just a wheat spoon for ketchup. But go ahead.
It is. It's a delivery system.
Can I ask you what you're
ketchup.
wearing? Because I got you with wheat thins and ketchup right now.
And an orange.
I got my underwear on. That's about it.
Okay.
All right.
Is the orange there to cancel the ketchup?
No, it's just
In the bed. Don't
it's
miss
just to
that.
have some
In the
vitamin
bed.
C.
There you go.
I don't eat in the bed a whole lot, but from
It's
time to
hard to
time.
do.
Yesterday was an odd schedule. So anyway, but I noticed this. I would.
Are the lights on?
No, it's dark. The
Okay,
TV's
thank
on.
you. That's a
Okay.
good
All right.
question.
So you can see by the light of the TV, right? And when it would go to a commercial is when I would turn to like get a drink. But that's when it goes dark.
Right.
And you know, when the commercial starts, sometimes there's a second or two of dark. And I'm like, and I'm about to knock my drink over because it goes totally dark and you can't see a thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. I can't, when I catch myself, okay, go on the commercial, and then I'm in the dark again, and I'm fumbling around with the cup because when it goes dark, it is totally dark.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I need to drink the water while the show's
Yeah,
on,
you're
and not be
gonna have-
looking
you're
for
gonna have
it
to
in
start
the
going to
dark.
that more, yeah.
So I just thought that was odd. I was thinking about that. Not
Now,
really
where was your
funny,
tissue?
nothing to that.
Did you get crumbs in the bed?
Yeah, that's fine.
I try not to.
It's hard. That's difficult.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Did you barely
I
catch
had
all the crumbs?
I had a pretty good paper plate to take care of.
Are you
Chinette,
Are you covered up pretty good? Got your cover over you?
Maybe a little bit. Not full bore. I'm going to sleep.
Did you use
but I
your
was
belly
real
like a
close.
TV tray, kind of?
No, I had it on the side.
Okay, all right. You have any tissue for when you teared up from the movie?
No, I had a paper towel under my plate so I
There you
could
go.
wipe my hands and my mouth
That's
when I was
good.
done.
I
But
know.
then the problem is, what do you do with a plate that's still got ketchup and orange peels? in it?
Yeah, that smells good.
And so I'm like, do I put it on the nightstand? I knew if I put it on the floor that I'd step in
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That was a given.
It's a long
So
way
I
in the
really
trash
didn't.
can.
I didn't have a good system, but I got it all on the nightstand, and I got.
Where
it
are the
out
dogs
this
in
morning.
this situation?
Oh, they're already asleep in their little crate.
Okay.
By the way, I have a dog question sometime next hour.
Okay.
I know we got an interview at the top.
Yeah.
But I have to ask it, and it's a terribly uncomfortable one, too. Very uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
I almost dread asking it.
Right here at Christmas?
Yeah, because I probably don't want to know the answer. But I have
Are
to
you going to give us Buddy again?
No, it doesn't do with that. No, this issue would never be an issue
Can
for my
Buddy
family.
come over and play?
Sure, as long as he can stay a while. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
from the broadcast plaza. As we start the hour, the real Greg Burgess is here, Speedy, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Merry Christmas. And thank you for joining us for a few hours each and every day.
So we welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. Today's Giving Tuesday. And Mike Lutzenkirchen is back on the Rick and Bubba Show. Mike, welcome back. How are you, sir? Merry Christmas.
It's great to be back. Thanks, guys, for having me in.
Thank you for coming back.
How was the family? I know holidays can be tough when you go through what your family's been through, and those of us that have been through similar things, those can be markers. How was the family on Thanksgiving?
You know, it's the situation always comes up where you think about Philip, but we're blessed. We've got a new son-in-law joining the family in March. Your audience in Alabama may be familiar with his name is Miller Forrestall. He just finished his career at Alabama. He's now on the Browns practice squad. He's another tight end.
Yeah.
So I think Philip's laughing up in heaven at his sister's marrying a Bammer, which he understands because she played soccer there. But
right.
I'm sure he's saying you couldn't do better than a tight end. But we're blessed. Since the last time I was in here, guys, I think I've got 3 grandchildren now. So
good grief.
Life is good.
Well, congratulations. The Lutzie 43 Foundation, we want the audience, maybe some that are very familiar because you've been on the show a few times, in Giving Tuesday. Hopefully they were already ready to come alongside you again. This starts the 43 days of giving to try to support all the things that you guys do. But I know sometimes, I remember my wife saying this, sometimes it gets very grueling telling our story. But sometimes, you know, you people don't know. They haven't heard it yet. And it's our privilege to make sure these things count. We do this ultimately for the God that we serve, but also to have the right legacy for our loved ones. For those that hear about the Lutzie 43 Foundation for the very first time, and they don't know exactly what you do and what your goals are or the story, why don't you give them just kind of the bottom line, and because there's always new people that are hearing it for the first time.
Yeah, first of all, guys, I'm so appreciative. There are some wonderful success stories of us going on and delivering our talk called Philip's Legacy, What Legacy Are You Leaving? And establishing our 43 Key Seconds program because of being on this show. People hear it and they call us. You know, long story short, we're originally from Chicago, have 4 beautiful children. My only son, Philip, was the third of the 4. He played football at Auburn University, was a high school All-American, very good student. Could have gone anywhere in the country and fell in love with Auburn University. Started as a sophomore on the national championship team in 2010. Went on to be a 2-time captain and proud he's a 3-time All-SEC academic performer. Had some significant injuries coming off his senior year and went from a projected 3rd-round draft pick and ended up one preseason as a free agent with the Rams. Said, Dad, I'm done. He couldn't play the game the way he wanted to anymore, and he got a job in Montgomery. And unfortunately, he went with a bunch of friends. There are 13 kids that went to a farm in LaGrange, Georgia, the weekend of Friday, June 27, 2014. And our family came back from church. We're Catholic, proud of that. Sunday morning, 2 older daughters had come home to go with my wife and I to an event that Saturday night. We pulled in our driveway after Mass that Sunday morning, June 29th of 2014. We're greeted with a Post-it note on our front door. And it simply said, please call this number. It was LaGrange, Georgia, Troup County area code. So right away we knew something was wrong. I looked at my girls and said, where's Philip? Our kids are always in touch with one another, and they didn't know. Our youngest daughter at the time, Abby, who went on to play soccer at Alabama, she was in Jacksonville, Florida. NCAA gave her an opportunity to play 1 game as part of her recovery from her 2nd ankle surgery. We made that phone call, got an officer in Troup County, told me he couldn't tell me much. I had to dial another number. I told him I refused to do that. Tell me what's going on. He said, sir, you got to dial another number. So I dialed it, and this time I got the coroner of Troup County. And as I look back on it, he did his job. He said, Mr. Lutzenkirchen, there was an accident last night, and Philip was killed. So that's how we learned of Philip passing away. He was a backseat passenger. 4 kids, all legal drinking age, drank throughout the day. They were all drunk. 3 of the 4 weren't wearing a seatbelt. The one young man, the front passenger seat, did a 2-second habit in his life where he reached to his right shoulder, came to his left hip. He could tell you if he was here today that, and he could be. I unbuckled my seatbelt in a vehicle that was upside down. I crawled out a crushed vehicle and ran for help. He sustained a concussion. The driver and Philip were ejected from the vehicle and killed. A young lady in the back seat was ejected from the vehicle, read her last rites, but I believe through a miracle of God survived internal injuries.
Wow.
So that led to the Lutzie 43 Foundation. And what I want to share with your audience is Now, I'm not a big stat guy, right? And I never thought I'd be the guy that would be involved with the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration here in Atlanta, Alabama, law enforcement agency, and the GDOTs and LDOTs of the world. But through the first half of this year, our fatalities are up 18.4% on our roadways in this country. And it's primarily due to speeding and not wearing seat belts. But impaired driving, distracted driving continue to do it. And what I want the audience to know is, as a 15-year-old new permitted driver through a high school senior, age 18, the number one cause of death, it's not suicide, it's not overdoses and addictions. It continues to be distracted driving. A singular cause. The leading cause of death on any college campus in this country is a combination of distracted and impaired driving. So you think about that, right? And where the aha moment came to us a couple of years ago is all of us who drive into work or drive for a company, the leading cause of death is classified under MVC for motor vehicle crash. So if you think from 15 to 65 and older, a leading cause of death happens to be poor decisions behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why we created 43 key seconds.
So tell them where the 43 seconds came from, because that's the time period you have to make different decisions.
That's right. Phil Bohr number 43, everything we do is around that. Our foundation's 43. Our colors are Auburn colors. We do a $4,300 scholarship. We're proud that we've given out 64 of those now.
Wow.
Over $270,000 in value. We'll continue to do that. But we looked at things, and again, what I love about the internet is I can't BS people, right? Because they can go and check to see what this guy's saying, is it true?
Right.
These aren't my facts, but there was a study done that said if you go and set your maps, if you will, in a dashboard-based map quest, if you will, it takes 42 seconds to set that address. So when people say to me, Mike, 43 seconds is a long time, I say, no, it's not. If you go to set your map on your phone, because we're more familiar with that interface, it only takes about 32 seconds, and those are government stats. But what we said is, in this country right now, I'll ask you guys this question, if you'll go with me for a minute. When the color pink, I ask this to every audience, what does the color pink mean to you?
Well, it's definitely, to me, it means women. It means breast cancer. Yeah.
Yeah, to kind of lighten us a little bit, it's funny. I asked that question, and the state trooper that leads the state of Minnesota at a conference, I asked him that question. His immediate answer was Victoria's Secret. and I'm a male, right? So I started to laugh. I said, well, that's not the answer I was looking for, but that's probably an accurate answer. But the number one, when people say pink, it means breast cancer awareness.
Yeah. Right.
If I were to put a soldier in here and throw another soldier over his shoulder, that image would represent what?
The wounded warriors.
Wounded warriors, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question. When you guys think about being a safe driver, what's the image that you think of that triggers you not to be distracted or impaired?
Usually, anytime we were shown those wrecks and all that kind of stuff when we were growing up, the tragedies of people's death and how horrible it is.
And you guys had a hesitation there to answer, right?
Yeah.
And normally every audience, from a second grader through a grown adult, say it's a phone in a circle with a slash through it. And that's a key.
Yeah.
But the number one distraction for a female driver of any age, or number two distraction, I'm sorry, is putting on makeup while they're driving. So simply put, there is no image in this country that we all could look at and say that's what triggers me to make better decisions on the wheel.
Yeah.
So what we did, guys, is took Philip's number. We created this 43-second checklist that says before you start your vehicle of any type, no matter where you drive and what your experience is you take a clear head, clear hands, clear eyes, and we tie into the 20-year program of click it or ticket by saying click it. And not to take everybody through it, but a clear head means you self-analyze, am I drug impaired? Am I alcohol impaired? Am I fatigued? Am I emotionally impaired? Am I technology impaired? And if you're not, you move forward. And what we created was a lanyard. Everybody, for some reason, loves lanyards. It's like you go to a sporting event and they shoot out those T-shirts and people fight for the T-shirt. So we put 43 key seconds and 43 too distracted free on a lanyard. We attached it to a key that looks like a standard key. It says 43 key seconds on one side. It says 43 too distraction free on the other. And then we place our checklist card on there. The goal is you memorize this. And I'm a big believer through athletics that if you do something deliberately for 21 days, it becomes a habit, good or bad.
Yeah.
You remove the lanyard, and then you put that, we recommend you put that lanyard, you remove the card, the lanyard and the key around your rearview mirror as that constant visual reminder that I'm not going to make poor decisions behind the wheel. And when you think about it, we're on target right now in the United States to hit over 43,000 deaths on our roadways. And most of them are avoidable. So we're on this quest. And a lot of people smarter than me said, Mike, great story of your radio station. A couple years ago when I was in here, I got a call from Nucor Steel out of Decatur, Alabama. They've got an 800-employee plant up there. They're headquartered out of Charlotte. And their HR department said, Mike, we've got a 2-night conference where we've been 400 employees and their families in the first night, and then do the same thing the second night. We'd like you to come up and speak to those 2 audiences. We'd like to give that lanyard, key, and checklist card to all of our employees and their family members, but can we put the Nucor Steel logo on it? So we thought, wow, how cool. Yes, we'll put it on the side that says 43 Distracted Free, so they have their logo on it. The logo goes on the card, and the logo goes on the lanyard. And then they said to me, Mike, we've got a school and a middle school up here, a little bit rural, don't have a lot of money. A lot of our employees have kids that go to those schools. Would you talk to those 2 schools? I said I will if you pay for an honorarium speaking fee, and if you'll fund branded or tri-branded units to go to those kids. And it's really powerful when you walk into an assembly at a school assembly at a high school. You deliver an hour speech that's called talk that's called Philip's Legacy. What legacy are you leaving? You give them challenges throughout it, and then you be very candid about the things that took Philip's life. But they get something that has their high school logo on it. And it just pulls them in right away, because whether you're in sports, in band, in debate, where you simply come to school and then leave and aren't in extracurricular activities, it's that stage of your life. You're a part of that school and that logo. So
no doubt. Well, let's come back, because we're going to talk about Giving Tuesday. Now that you kind of have an idea of what this is all about, let's talk about the things that people can help you with. And I think you've named some of them there. But if I'm going to come alongside and I'm going to support this financially, what are some of the things you need? And what are things that donation will turn into? We've hit on some of them, but we'll talk in great detail when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. It is a Giving Tuesday. And we've dealt with a lot of great ministries and organizations, and we hope you'll remember all of them today. One we want you to take a look at if you're not already supporting it, Lutzie 43 Foundation. Mike Lutzenkirchen is here today. He's told us the story. Let's get down. I mean, you mentioned obviously some of the lanyards and the things that you give to these schools and companies. There's a cost to that. But if I'm coming alongside the foundation today, and all the details about the foundation are at rickandbubba.com under show notes. You can go there and find that easy. But it's Lutzie, Lutzie 43.org. And I want to come alongside and partner with you. What are the things you need?
You know, the first thing I'd say, you just gave it, Lutzie43.org. You'll learn a lot of great things about the foundation, what we're doing. You know, our scholarship value is $4,300. For me to go talk at a school of 500 kids is about $4,300. We have a $2,500 honorarium, or speaking fee, if you will, and all this goes to the foundation. This is certainly not a get-rich program over the last 7 years. You know, the message I would say is if you're a first-level corporate employee to a CEO of a company, look back on what is your employee safety program, and specifically behind the wheel. And where we see gaps, there's companies that are spending a lot of money to protect their employees, protect their businesses in their safe driving programs. But I think where the gap is, are they doing enough to make sure those employees are taking those lessons home to their spouses and driving age children? You know, every company's going to tell you their number one asset is their employees. Well, the number one asset of that employee is their family members. And I think there's a huge improvement we can make to protect those families through their companies and their communities. So I will never walk into a CEO and I'll ask them, what are the causes that your company supports? And there's so many great causes. I will never ask a company to not support those. What I'll ask them to do is consider adding another cause. Again, I go back. I believe in our country, all of us think it's the government's responsibility to protect us on the highways. And it is, but they need more help. When you're losing, like I've stated, 40,000 deaths a year, more needs to be done. And we have a great board. In fact, a little plug here. Bo Jackson is a board member. Today's Bo's birthday.
Is it really? Happy birthday, Bo.
Yes, we've texted this morning on that. He's going to spend his day with his grandson, which is great. But our board said, Mike, the key to our success and longevity, and guys, I'm 58. I've told my wife I'm doing this till I'm 70. And Mary said, well, how'd you come up with that date? I said, Mary, I'm a simple guy. My favorite Catholic priest several years ago was 69. He said, I'm retiring at 70. So I said, Mary, if it's good for Father Fred, it's good for me. So,
right. That's funny.
But I'll do this, and I go back again to that image, guys. I truly believe in my heart that at some point down the road, we're going to get communication from a 16-year-old boy or girl driver, new driver in Portland, Oregon, and a 58-year-old driver in Portland, Maine. It's going to say, I don't say War Eagle. I don't follow Auburn. I didn't know who your son was, but I learned about it, and I saw the 43 key, and it saved my life because it changed my behaviors behind the wheel. What excites me, guys, and I don't know that my daughters and wife understand this, is when somebody comes to me and say, Mike, we get an inquiry, and it says, I don't say all those things. I don't say War Eagle. I didn't go to Auburn. I didn't know who Philip was. But we learned about what you're doing with the foundation. We need to know more about it for our company. The reality of it is there's no discrimination, whether you say Roll Tide or War Eagle or whatever school you support. There's no discrimination when you make poor decisions behind the wheel. You can lose your life.
Right.
You can severely alter someone's life. If you don't believe it, as sports fans, look what Henry Ruggs has gone through. So there's so much improvement to do, but you can support us. Go to our website. Today's globally known as Giving Tuesday. It's the first Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Our 43-day kickoff, I got to make things simple because I'm not that smart of a guy. Our 43-day kickoff makes it real easy every year. It starts the 19th of November every year. We get to now the first Tuesday after Thanksgiving, and we're going to jump on this bandwagon called Giving Tuesday. And we would ask you to come follow us. $43 a month, be a recurring donor. $10 a month. We're financially strong. We continue to grow. I'm really excited to share that my daughter, Abby, who played soccer at the University of Alabama and graduated in 2016, she spent the last 3.5 years working for the Arthur Blank Family Foundation in Atlanta. If you don't know Arthur, he's one of the co-founders of Home Depot, owns the Atlanta Falcons, Atlanta United, very philanthropic individual. Abby resigned recently and joined our foundation November 1st. What she's going to be able to do for us to get, me organized and focus more on delivering talks and establishing relationships and getting this into corporate America. Abby's going to be great at giving talks herself. She's going to manage our grant program, which we really haven't sought grants. So to your audience, come to our foundation, find out what we're doing. I'm not asking you to give today. I'm very poor at asking people to give. But I think we've got assets in 43 key seconds that can help families, high schools, colleges, and businesses.
Yeah, Bubba, we talk about it all the time. Yeah. If you get out on the road right now and you just look around, it is terrifying the number of people that are distracted, that are looking down mainly at their phones and messing with their phones. And you can almost see it. You see a car and you notice they're not going at speed, and you know when you get up around them and look in what you're going to see, and usually somebody looking down, dealing with it. It's terrifying out there, and we do have to do an education process because technology is great, but with it comes a different kind of training.
And the numbers you're talking about, I'm kind of a stat guy. So prior to COVID, 40 to 50,000 people a year losing their life on the highway, and that's a tremendous amount of people, and the large majority of those could be avoided just by some common sense things.
Well, you go back to the stats, right? Again, 18.4% uptick in fatalities on our roadways through the first half of this year. Last year during COVID, the uptick, it continued because of speeding. People drinking or doing what they were doing behind the wheel. There's less traffic, so they can drive faster. They come upon something, they got less reaction time. Until we do some things differently, it's not going to change. And I'm proud. I'd love to tell you guys about what we're doing with the Georgia Department of Transportation. I think if we model it right, it comes over to Alabama and Mississippi and Tennessee and New York and so forth.
Find all the information, Mike. Thanks for being back again. Always a pleasure. All the information and show notes at rickandbubba.com, or you can go directly to the website, Lutzie, LUTZIE43.org. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. Always good to visit with Mike and the work that he and his family and organization is doing, and get a lot of emails from some of you that are already on board with it.
You know, too, Rick, I was telling Mike, every time your kids leave, you can't help but think about those kind of things.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
You can be a good person. You can make good decisions. It just takes that one time that you make a bad decision about who you get in the car with, or you don't put your seatbelt on. And it can make all the difference.
Yep, and like we talked about on this, the distracted driving in general. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Now, this is a new URL. We were just saying, hey, go there, put in the promo code Bubba, all that. But then the folks at MyPillow.com have had such a response from you guys that we just said, look, a whole new URL. MyPillow.com/Bubba takes you right to where all the savings are. You'll see that they've got $40 off on the MyPillow right now. Great buy. You'll see that 50% off the Giza Dream Sheets and the flannel sheets. Greg, I know you love those.
Yeah.
Bubba, you and I on the bathrobes and the sleepwear, and you were eating Wheat Thins in yours just last night.
Yep.
Quilts are fantastic, all made from 100% U.S. upland cotton. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now also to save 30% on all those things that I just mentioned in that category, and they're just savings everywhere. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now. Start stocking up. Some great gift ideas. The link also is at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. We're moving to a new studio in 2022, which that'll be fun. That'll be exciting. We'll have to give it a name and all that. And I was trying to figure out, we've done this a couple times, how many studios that is for us. So we had the veterinarian's office. And then from the veterinarian's
closet.
We went to the closet, and then we never did name the one that was next, did we?
Not that I recall. Off the top of my head.
It never got a name, so I'm gonna say the no name one. And then from no name, we went to the one that was mauve and pink, and was like a soft rock station.
Right.
Right.
Did we ever name it?
I think we had a name for it, but we can't say it.
We didn't say it on there.
We can't say it.
That's where we got in trouble for winning another ratings period, and we were too loud about it.
That had the hallway with all the different shows.
Yeah.
And I was first place ever.
And that's where Greg brought the bucket truck that day.
You
got in bad trouble.
So that one was, we'll call that the Mauve Studio.
So Bubba had too much truck. You remember you backed into that thing?
I don't remember that.
But now the Mauve one still, though, because we're going to go 2 studios that were in the same building.
Yeah.
We went to a different floor. But the Mauve one was located at the Dewey Monroe Broadcast Center.
Yes, it was. That's right.
Yeah.
That's what we did. We named the whole building.
Yeah, and then next we went to the Red Velvet Lounge, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was downstairs.
Yeah,
that was downstairs. And then from Red Velvet Lounge we went to a transitional studio.
Correct.
Right.
On the Beacon.
Yeah, I'll call that one transitional because we never named it either because we were only there a year.
Yeah.
And then we went from transitional to here, right?
Correct.
To the Broadcast Plaza.
Yep.
Teleport.
Okay. All right. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is our 7th.
Yeah.
So we will be moving to our 8th studio.
Ocho.
And so that's I'm not.
Hold up your 8s.
Yeah, we'll have to hold up our 8s there. It was
be 2 for me.
Yeah. Whoa,
now,
Greg,
Rick,
how will you adjust?
I don't know.
Rick,
But really, it will be hard.
I'm tired of this, man.
How about this? Because it will be hard for you, though, because this is your home.
Oh, yeah.
It's all you know.
The only thing I know, Rick.
a couple of those were transitional with the same company, but out of the 7, how many of those did we go for the break and not know where we were?
All right, so 1. Okay, 1. 2.
There was one big one in there.
And 3.
Yeah, 3.
So
3
of them.
okay.
Yeah, 3 of them. 3 of them we thought we were coming back. We weren't.
Rick, old number 2 is the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the bad one. Well, look, don't act
It's when you actually told me to go back upstairs and return some things.
That one had the most stress and the most drama. But I wouldn't discount being at Disney World and finding out that you're not coming back to where you thought you were. I wouldn't discount that one either. Because that one. But now that first movie, oh boy, that one had all kinds of drama.
Yeah, I was in Chicago.
Yeah, I was
Chicago.
Yeah,
I was here.
Yeah. Do you remember?
We all left. We were just fed up. I think.
Right. Well, but you remember that. But you remember the first one
all
though.
about the pecking order.
The first one is when you and I got the call on the hotline to leave the studio while we were doing the show.
Right now.
Yeah.
Left.
Speedy to finish
Greg,
it, buddy.
at this exact
Claimed
time,
they were both sick.
At this exact
Just walked
time,
out.
there was about 25 minutes left in the show.
Yeah.
And we got a call on the hotline that we didn't work there anymore and that we needed to leave, and we left Speedy.
Could they not just waited 25 minutes?
Well, that's
Come
what we
on.
thought. That's what we thought.
Nope, gotta go.
Their last words to me is, "We'll call you and tell you where to come."
Well, the reason why
We just left you there.
Yeah.
You left a man behind.
the reason why they wanted us to leave is because they said they're going to hotbox you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so they wanted them.
Yeah.
They wanted us not
Get 'em out.
Yeah, there was going to be an attempt to the hotbox, and then Speedy got on the air, and I think you told everybody we'd gotten sick, which honestly, the way our stomachs were churning was not actually a lie, because we knew we were headed to the house of drama.
Weren't feeling well.
At one point, we were almost like the lawyer had us up in his office, and like people were hollering at us from the parking lot to come out. We wouldn't come out.
Yeah, it was
it was a
Like a
mess.
movie.
It was stuff movies. I was going to say, it looks like a movie.
People
scene.
screaming from the parking lot, "Don't sign it! Don't sign it!" But then when somebody said, "We've got a plane coming in, landing. Please don't do that."
Now this was
wait till it lands.
This was pre-streaming and all that, so it was the day of CD cases. All right, so all of our music were in cases. I stacked the cases up in the chairs that we owned,
Right. Them chairs.
and got them on the elevator. Had a couple folks ride down with me, trying to figure out where y'all were.
Right.
And I get to my car,
Right.
and trying to figure out how I'm gonna get everything in, and that's when y'all said, "Speedy, please take the chairs back."
Yeah. Well, that
can't
was
steal
the lawyer was screaming, "We'll get new chairs." Okay, you
But
kept
we
going,
had
but
bought
those,
them.
you keep going, but these are ours. He was like, "Do not take the chairs." So that was
Send them back.
There's a lot of drama. This one not as dramatic.
No,
But,
this is a happy move, right?
But I will tell you, all the getting packing. Yesterday was my first day to do what y'all been doing for days.
Yeah.
To actually dive in, and the things I found, there were some things I found that I can't even identify. I don't know whether to keep them or not because I don't know what they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even find a reference point on them.
Yeah.
Apparently, if anybody ever gave me a large number of something, I would just put it in one of the top things and shut the door and act like I didn't have it.
That's it.
You know,
That's
like
it.
I have multiple
Yeah.
copies of the same thing.
Right.
The other thing, Bubba, are you ready for this? And I've been waiting the entire show to tell you this, and I keep forgetting. I finally found my business cards. Unfortunately, those numbers are no good anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Do you remember when
It's time for new ones.
Remember I lost my business cards and I couldn't find them?
Yeah, you kept telling me you don't have any. I said, Rick, we got boxes.
I
of
found them.
and I gave them to you somewhere.
And I found them. But now, and I got excited that I found them. Then I realized these numbers are no good anymore.
Well, they needed a redo. Anyway.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so in about 20 minutes, the Good Time Gang is going to try to get Big Boy prepared. Speaking
we
of
got to
the
tell
big
everybody
move.
because is that
So
possibly tomorrow?
scheduled tomorrow, and I'm going to get confirmation here at the end of the show. We are going to attempt to move Big Boy to his new home
Tomorrow, live on the show.
in prime time.
So if those of you that find a way to watch, because I mean we might be able to get some sort of.
I'm going to FaceTime Adler and let
Right.
him run it through the system,
Yeah.
so you can see audio, video.
Really,
See video.
there's
and
two.
audio.
There's two people that are going to turn out in a much better setup this time. Big Boy and Adler.
Yeah.
Because Big Boy may finally his days of being a nomad may be over. Because you remember when he was at the Red Velvet Lounge, he had it just like he liked it on Big Boy Bluff.
Yeah.
We had our own rail up there.
It was
his own
phenomenal.
pavement.
He got locked
concrete.
up.
But he's going to be, set up. Here's the thing about it. He's back there in the storage room.
been stuffed in
He
that
has no
closet.
idea what's about to happen.
So
to
he
him.
spent about 10 years. He spent about 10 years in total captivity
Storage.
Yes.
And then he's had 3 years of I'm uncertain where I go.
Now, every now and then they would get him out and hang him from a crane. Remember that?
Yeah, crane works, yeah.
So I think we can get him back to he's always here. He's always right there. There he is.
There he is. Could be a centerpiece for pictures.
He's a
actually.
little scuffed up. He needs
He's
a little,
beat up.
He needs a little wax
Took
and
a few
polish
shots
on it.
today.
Yeah.
He's beat up. a
Hey,
little bit.
whose elbows aren't scuffed up?
We all are.
Huh?
Don't you feel scuffed
I
up?
tested it a few minutes ago. Speed's heavier than I thought he was.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he
Can,
really?
Can three of us get him? We just need to get him up.
Yeah, wait, I guess.
Yeah.
He's gonna fit though.
Did you when you
Yes.
went
All right.
to grab hold of him? Do you think you thought he was
I
lighter?
thought he was a little lighter. No, I'm just one person. I get it.
Right,
yeah,
right. Well, I think if could the Good Time Gang get him is what I want.
I don't know. He's awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hard to.
Yeah, he is hard to grab hold of.
Yeah. Well, he's got such a big head.
He's kind of like Bubba. That head's so big, you don't know what to do.
He is. He gets top heavy.
You go for the base to pick him up at the base, and then he tips over and hits you with his big head.
Okay.
Bubba, I wish you'd have been here when I got excited and ran up down the hall, found my cards, and then I realized, wait a minute, these numbers are no good.
Yeah.
What about if we go bottom? Okay. pick bottom up, let head fall on 2, and then 2 people hold the head while the others lift him up and just get the base and then push him up.
That probably works.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. That
Will y'all help?
Probably not. But no.
And then we got to fit him. Then we got to fit him through a window.
I can't wait for that.
We actually have a company coming to take out a window and put him through the window.
What if he don't fit? What if he gets the window out and he won't fit?
Well, we're going to all live it out live on the show
door frame to go.
What if it all goes horribly wrong? Be great for the show, though. 15 minutes to the top. Your phone calls to wrap up the hour coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, 9 minutes to the top. Lines are available for you to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we do want to chat. We want to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG and ask you to comment on whatever you want to. Got something you want to bring up, bring to the table, discuss, we'll do it. Bill's out of Athens, Alabama. He's been standing by patiently. Thank you, Bill. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just thought of a catchy name for your new location.
All right, go ahead.
Studio Ocho.
Studio Ocho, because it is going to be the 8th studio we've been to. Bubba, you thought about even going full-blown Spanish.
Well, it would be similar. It would be Ocho Estudio.
Ocho Estudio.
Yeah.
Can we say that smoothly, men?
That'd be a negative.
Ocho Estudio?
I mean, it's way too early to drop the hammer on something, but I just thought I'd throw that out in the break.
By the way, this is our setup of how we think the room will lay out, in case everybody's wondering of the new studio. That's all of us over on the console. That's all of us lit.
That's quite a drawing.
There's the Wheel of Meat. There's Big Boy's location. There's the Coyote. There's the Golden Ticket seats. You can kind of see how it all lays out. That's at least what we'll play with.
I don't know. That's not to scale, of course.
No.
But the golden ticket seats, I think, are going to have to be worked on there a little bit.
Yeah, well,
they shrunk down there for some reason.
They're probably going to be split up.
There's
6
more over
there
there too,
and 6 in the corner.
Yeah, we don't. Some of them are not drawn in right there. Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, gentlemen, and I've been enjoying listening to your stories about the studios, and I was thinking of going Dick Van Patten on you late 70s, and 8 is enough.
Well, that's not bad.
Yeah.
We could just call it Studio 8. Coming to you from Studio 8.
May call it the Omega.
Yeah.
Let's go to coming to you from Studio Omega. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Studio 8. Studio Ocho.
Will you always say
coming
it like
to
that?
you from Ocho Studio. Ocho Studio. Let's
Ocho
go.
Omega.
Let's go to Bobby out of Lincoln. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, guys, you know that song Christmas Bells? Y'all played it a couple of times over the last few days.
You talking about Carol of the Bells?
Yeah. That song is scary, man. It reminds me of that song from The Exorcist, Tubular Bells.
No, not me. I love that song. I love the I don't know the Exorcist song. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
I never. That was one soundtrack I took a pass on.
Yeah, I think I'll skip on that here at Christmas.
Let's go to let's go to Pam in Florida. Pam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hey, Pam.
I want to go back to at the beginning of the show, Rick. You were talking about how the world is so upside down; it's hard to recognize it, and really hard to feel happiness during the day. And, you know, our teenagers are really suffering. I mean, think about what they've seen with the riots and the politics and then worrying about people dying. I mean, we really need to check in on our teenagers. But for me, I check in with Rick and Bubba. Like, you guys every day help me stay somewhat balanced from the bad news to, like, listening to people who are my age and you believe the same things I believe. And like, I need that kind of camaraderie every day. So thank you for bringing a little bit of happiness and reminder that I need joy into my days. So thank you.
Pam, I don't think you guys realize you do that for us too.
Amen.
It's two-way street. Thank you, Pam.
Is.
Very kind of you. Never lose hope. Never lose your joy. Things are usually, I remember when I first got into this business, my dad told me, the people who think you're just so fantastic and the people that think you are awful, they're both wrong. And I kind of look.
And sometimes the same people.
Yeah, and so things are probably not. Don't be delusional about how great things are, but at the same time, things are not as bad as it seems as well. Because at the end of it all, we all need to remember that as long as God is where He is. And as long as redemption is still available to all who repent and seek it, everything really is going to be all right. And so to never lose hope on that. And as Jesus told us, let not your hearts be troubled because of what He's done. David in Huntsville. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. David. David not ready. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I got a name for the studio.
All right, go ahead.
The Octagon.
I like it.
In this case, the quad.
Coming to you from the quad, the Octagon. Jason in Tennessee. Jason, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir. How are y'all this morning?
Jason, that may be the worst phone call we've heard today.
Jason.
It's one of Greg's memes. I have one.
All right.
He is underwater, isn't he?
I mean,
you're my favorite, Greg.
Well,
careful. I get it.
And I wanted to caution you for a minute.
Well, that was bad. That was bad connection.
Mr. Shoot Ready Aim.
That was a bad connection.
Because when you first jumped out there, I thought you're going to feel real bad if it's an apparatus.
Well, I waited to make sure, and I could tell it was a connection.
You're going to feel real bad if he's got one of those things that tries to help you talk. Yeah, I mean, no, Speedy jumped out there real quick.
I'm going to say that was the phone.
No,
I think that was bad. Did you hear me pause?
I just thought, well, it was too late. You already done it once.
5 Mississippi, I paused.
No, not before you did the first one.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's right.
It was just bad connection. Call back. Boy, I hope he didn't call back with good connection and sound the same.
I really rather he didn't.
Yeah.
David in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Two things real quick, because Greg hates Big Boy. I think he should have to transport him to the new location tomorrow. I think Ed Orgeron is going to be the new head coach at Notre Dame, and he's going to get fired after the first season because he keeps saying, "Go Tigers."
Is he saying Greg has to help move Big Boy?
He's saying because he doesn't like Big Boy. He's demanding that he be part of the crew that goes.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
Hey, we got some items we got to figure out what to do with. Mm-hmm. That hanging thing's an issue.
Right. If y'all will close your eyes and just go for the day, it's gone.
Okay, that's fine with me. There's some things that can transition. That one I don't think can. And Bubba claims he's taking his treadmill, but I don't know how to do that.
Bubba,
that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time.
And first of all, it's not even a very good treadmill.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't even. It starts sliding under your feet.
You would be
light duty.
You would be better off. You would be better off just to get another one delivered to the new studio. That one you got in there, I think.
No, I'm not carrying it to the studio.
Yeah, huh?
I'm not carrying it to the
Well,
studio.
just get you.
Where are you carrying it?
To his gym. To his gym. Hey, you know where he's carrying it? Godspeed.
Nada.
I was there yesterday, and you know what the first thing I asked when I come in? Did I miss Bubba?
Where's he at? Where's he at?
If I had time, if I had quit moving everything, I might have time to do something.
Sure.
Oh,
well, hey, look, I
feel like I've been in a state of move for a long time.
I know, guys. You've had too much of it. You've had too much of it, and I have too, frankly, because we're just coming off one right into another one. But I made a big dent in it yesterday. Then I started realizing if you look around, you'll find something where you look. I mean, you say things like, "What about that curtain right there?" There's all kinds of little things. So, but it'll all happen one way or the other. That's the beautiful thing of deadlines. Either get it moved or it's going to be somebody else's.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Thank you guys for being with us today. We'll catch you, Lord willing, on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show tomorrow. Or if you still got more Rick and Bubba today, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.